हेलो। बोल। अरे कोई अब चलेगा वहाँ पे माइक्स
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down and fasten your seatbelts as we are going to get started with a roller coaster ride, taking, taking you through the stories of streets of India.
Stories that will show the hardships and struggles that our street vendors go through and what role digital transformation has played in easing their life.
Good morning, all of you. Myself, Swakrit Banik.
And I'm Farhan Baradwala.
We will be walking you through these untold stories of streets of India. But before that, we would like to extend our warm welcome to all of you on behalf of our faculty members, Professor Shailendra Singh Bisht, Professor Sanjay Fuloria, Professor Vishal Mishra, Dr. Leela Chakrabarti, Professor Akbar Khan, and Professor Shankanath.
As well as on behalf of the entire team of the Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation, CEDT, who have been working tirelessly for the past couple of months to bring this platform of dialogue to you.
The informal or the unrecognized retail sector is one of the largest employment generators in India. In the past years, we have seen that the retail and the allied sectors has been found to be the second highest employment generators. The CDT team has closely witnessed this, and to capture about this, the CDT team has conducted a survey. So now we would like to bring forward you the stories of the real-time stories that we have captured.
I'm the Director for Center for Distance and Online Education at IFAG Hyderabad. I want to talk about CEDT, Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation. We started this center at IFAG, which is the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, in October 2021. In this center, we are tying up with different organizations so that we can do digital transformation and help people who are underserved with digital transformation. Under CEDT, we have MOUs with various organizations. We have tied up with 5 organizations as of now. We have a tie-up with FES, which is a German foundation. And under this tie-up, we are working on a project called the Digital Street Project.
Through Digital Street, we're trying to document the digital transformation journey of street vendors across the country. None of us had an idea about what has been happening in this field. So we have taken this with a very open mind. We're using a ground up, a sort of bottoms up strategy to figure out what is happening about digital transformation in this space. For this, we have organized 4 regional consultations. The idea is to go to various parts of the country and see for ourselves what is happening in the lives of street vendors as far as digital technologies are concerned. At each of these regional consultations, we have a three-phase program. The first phase is to know about the events and activities around digital transformation. We start off with a program called Fishbowl. A fishbowl is a very interesting technique which lets us generate questions and probable answers as well. Everybody gets a chance to ask a question and get an answer. This also helps us to generate enthusiasm and some openness amongst the stakeholders. The next phase is when we get into a focus group discussion phase, wherein all the stakeholders are asked to respond to a set of questions. Based on the response that we receive in the FGD and the early questions that we have collected through Fishbowl, we engage in a more in-depth interview process with key stakeholders in the third phase, what we call as first interviews. All this is followed up by a field visit to see street vendors in action in their respective vending locations. By following this bottom-up approach, we are able to garner and gather insights which otherwise might be missed.
The regional consultation exercise gave us an opportunity to bring all the process owners and stakeholders under one roof. The opportunity to have these in-depth discussions with the street vendors as I would call them, gave all the process owners a clarity of vision and purpose, and perhaps a clear awareness regarding how important it is to understand the role and the needs of street vendors if we are looking at inclusive growth.
A major city like Delhi, Bangalore, Calcutta, Jaipur and Dehradun. So the comprehensive data which is going to receive through the survey work carried out by the students will help to do a lot of statistical analysis, and that will lead not many recommendations which will help to the government bodies and regulatory authorities to carry out the different kind of policy related issues.
The posh areas of the city or in the functional areas where more technical people and the youth mostly were present, they are using a lot of online payments and QR code driven payments. But in the interiors of the city or those places where very small ticket transactions were being done, there people usually hesitated. Also, we found that the level of awareness and the level of technology conversations between the vendors, and I also it was a gender specificity because more of the male vendors had more level of comfort or they were conversing with this technology.
This project is not an end here. We are not ending this project. This is a long journey, and I would say it's a new start. The start, which is, I would say, a roadmap now has been set. We have got a roadmap as how we need to move forward.
That was really a very informative video. To know more on the digital transformation initiative, we would now like to call upon stage Professor Sanjay Fuloria to throw more light on the Voice of Street initiative.
Good morning. So I am the opening batsman. On behalf of IFHE, ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, and Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, it's a privilege and honor to welcome you all to the National Consultation on Digital Street. Our inaugural consultation was at Delhi. We followed it up with 4 regional consultations at Bangalore, Jaipur, Kolkata, and Dehradun. We interacted with various stakeholders in different settings. We invited them to our offices, our college campuses, and we also interacted with them in their own settings. Our experience was extraordinary, to say the least. We learned a lot. Here are some voices from the street. Setu, who sells sunglasses on the streets of Bangalore, was pretty excited about uploading his shop videos on YouTube, but he didn't know how to do that. We helped him initially with trying to make him understand how to create a YouTube channel. Later, IFHE Bangalore students created some videos for him to post on his channel. Venkat, who sells coconut water in Bangalore, wanted customers to search for his place on Google. He might not understand technology, but he knows if a customer is nearby, that person should know that there is a coconut vendor shop so that people can come and his business can be better. These are some examples of using digital technologies for skill development and empowerment. So if we could teach such people who are curious, so they didn't want us to do it for them, they wanted to learn on their own. Can we help the street vendors in this? Second, Lakshmi, who is a migrant street vendor in Kolkata, had problems in getting a certificate of vending. Why? Because her Aadhaar card did not have a West Bengal address. Prema in Jaipur was frequently harassed by policemen because she did not have a certificate of vending. So both these examples talk about identity and governance. Can the street vendors be helped? Venkat didn't know about the PM Swanidhi scheme through which he could get an interest-free loan to extend his business. The first installment could be as much as 10,000 rupees, but they didn't have any idea about that. And Mahesh and Parvati did not have a bank account for various reasons. If a customer wanted to make a digital payment, they would take that customer to the nearest shop, get them to make a digital payment to the shop owner, GPay or another UPI app, and get cash from the shop owner, sometimes for a small fee. These are some examples related to financial inclusion. Can the street vendors be helped? There are plenty of such examples, and I'm sure my colleagues will share those during the course of the day. Based on our experience in this project, during this project, we have divided the discussion into 3 segments. Use of digital technologies for skill development and empowerment. Use of digital technologies for identity and governance. Use of digital technologies for financial inclusion. Not necessarily in that order, but we'll cover all these. I hope we will have an intense discussion on the above themes. I expect the answer to my previous questions to be a resounding yes. Now, just to close this, I remember of an incident which I read. So W.G. Grace, the bearded cricketer, he was once playing a match, a local match. The first ball that he faced hit him on his pad, and the umpire pronounced him out. He went to the umpire and said, "The spectators have come to see me bat, not to see you, umpire." So the same thing similarly, you have not come to see me speak, you have come to see more illustrious speakers after me. I hand over the proceedings to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Moving forward, we would like to call up the Vice Chancellor of IFHE, Professor L.S. Ganesh, to share some words with us.
We request Ulrich Stock, Country Director of FAS India, to come up on stage.
We would also like to call upon stage the founder and CEO of Ray Business Technologies, one of India's fastest growing global IT service company, Mr. Ajay Gupta.
We would now call upon stage Honorable Amit Shah, MLA of Dabwali District, Haryana.
I come from Tamil Nadu. I worked in IIT Madras before coming here. So, 3 languages. Vanakkam in Tamil, Namaste in our language, and good morning. Thank you very much for being here. And very thankful to Sir Sanjay and Professor Sailesh for having brought me over this morning. Sanjay, thanks for that very effective introduction. And I hope your work will be like the English batsman yesterday, not out. Thank you very much. And let me also use this opportunity to welcome all our guests here. My first, one of the most telling encounters with street vendors in more recent years came when my students at IIT Madras challenged me, why the hell should we attend classes? And I had to give an answer to them. I told them, yeah, you paid your fees, it's all right. But don't forget that your education is very significantly subsidized. And there's a lot of taxpayers' money that has gone into the subsidy. And please understand, you cannot really break down whose tax has gone into what amount of that money. So street vendors have obviously contributed. There'll be some flower seller or some other street vendors whose tax, direct or indirect, has gone into your subsidized education. So you're duty bound to uphold the dignity of that person. You may not know the person, but that's very important. And I always say that peace with dignity is the highest value, or among the highest values that human beings can have and practice. And this is something which is very important. I am very touched by the work of the Center for Excellence in Digital Transformation. Very well conceived, I would say, initiative. And as we go along, for the benefit of our guests, let me also say, give you a brief of this institution. Not in terms of dates and the usual history that we study, but more in terms of the substantive aspects that have happened. This institution was conceived of by a financial genius who's known more for NJSSV, and it has grown very well. And, the initial points were, the initial milestones concerned the IBS, or the ICFAI Business School. Then it has sort of grown into other disciplines of education as well. So today we have a Faculty of Science and Technology, including architecture, and the Faculty of Law. It's a multidisciplinary university. I hope someday we will become very, much more multidisciplinary, and that's very, very important. And also the kind of programs we offer. So today I'm very happy to share with all of you. I'm sure many of our people know this. Very recently, I took over charge as the Vice Chancellor on 1st of September, and very soon we walked into the NAC accreditation process, and I'm very happy to report to everybody here that our institute, I think you know that, has got the coveted A++. With a very good score of about almost 3.6 on 4, which is supposed to be damn good. So, and after that also we got very recently we got the award of the best private university around, and that's something to feel proud about. Also, our centers have got our schools, our faculties have also got the finest ratings, considered #1. I mean, our Faculty of Law has been rated #1 among private institutions here. So it's all very nice feelings that we can have. I'm also very proud to share with you something unique about this institution, because our Case Research Center, I'm sure all of you should be very proud of this. Our Case Research Center is ranked #2 in the world, just behind Harvard Business School. And we are shoulder to shoulder with ICFAI in France. Okay? And that's something to talk about. Sir, I think you will appreciate that for any Indian institution to be up there is not an easy task. So I thought it's time to salute the colleagues who have made this happen. And that's really great, and I mean, prayers and best wishes to all of them. But what this stay in the same place. So that's the kind of situation we're all in. The IFHE has also contributed significantly to public policy discussions. And we have with us as our Chancellor the very well-known Professor C. Rangarajan, who was a professor of IIM Ahmedabad, then became the governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and then of course the governor of the then unified state of Andhra Pradesh. So we have him as our Chancellor. He's also a guiding spirit for us. So in that sense, we have a lot of events that have been organized, that will be organized also in due course. All of us know, I don't want to underscore this more, all of us know that the informal sector is the largest contributor, as if you consider it as a unit to the Indian economy, contributing a very large amount, probably more than 50% of the GDP of our country. And as I said, that it's very important to uphold the peace and dignity of those people, unknown, unnamed, perhaps people just ignore them also sometimes, and which deserves our review in terms of how we treat them and how we bring them into the national scene, bring them into the radar of policymakers, and see to it that they get their dignity, the dignity that's due to them. And I believe, and the other thing is also, in my observations, this is something which the friends can confirm. I would suspect that women play a bigger role in the informal sector. I hope I'm not wrong, Shailendra, Sanjay. Am I right or am I wrong? It seems to me, whatever I have observed, I'm just sort of building my mental models and sharing with you, that women play a very big role in the informal sector. So obviously, it has special connotations, you know. I was just talking to a friend, I'll close very fast, that we call the earth Mother Earth, not Father Earth, because the ability of the innate ability of women to take a lot of challenges, to meet a lot of challenges, the kind of resilience that they show in life, you know, the never give up attitude, at the same time the kind of affection that they give to everyone around, in general I'm saying. Obviously, I'll be wrong if I say logically every woman shows the same characteristics. We are talking of the general typical woman. So this is something that we have to uphold and see to it that many things are set right. So with those words, given the kind of focus of the Center for Excellence in Digital Transformation, in fact, yesterday I had a brief chat with Shailendra. I'll just narrate that. I said, Shailendra, we don't digitally transform a person. Are you understanding? You prepare the person for a digital transformation. You digitally transform a system, actually, and the person is very important. Of course, Shailendra was very gracious enough to say, yeah, I think you have a point. So that's very important. We are trying to transform a business or a system and enable these people to leverage, as Sanjay's introduction said, to leverage what best they can do to improve their lives, you know, and to contribute to larger welfare. Thank you very much and good day to all of you. I hope you'll love what you're going to have today.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now, we would like to call upon Mr. Ulrich Strock, the country head director of FES India, to share his words with us.
So, good morning once again. And, I wish you a very warm welcome from our side, from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, the FES, very often mentioned. And my name is Ulrich Stork. I know that it's always difficult to pronounce this name here. And I would take this opportunity to excuse myself that I'm not so very good at pronouncing your names either. But I give it effort because I want to especially thank and welcome some people here in this room, and but as I say, my pronunciation of the names is not perfect. So first of all, honorable member of the Legislative Assembly from Dabwali, Sri Amit Sihat. Ajay Gupta, the founder and CEO of the RAI Business Technologies. Sri Alice Ganesh, the Vice Chancellor of the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education. Ms. Vijaya Lakshmi, Register, ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education. Dr. Beck, Senior Advisor of the ICFAI Group. Dr. C.S. Shilayan, the Dean of the ICFAI Business School. Professor Sutaka Rayo, the Director of Branding ICFAI Group. Then the Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation, represented by Shailendra Singh Bist and Dr. Sanjay Fuloria for their vision for this digital street project, what you've seen in the short video in the beginning. All other departments of the ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education for your collaboration and partnership extended during the research we were conducting this year. The leadership, the faculty and the students, of course, from the IBS in Bangalore, Jaipur, Kolkata, Dehradun, for providing the infrastructure and the learning environment at your centers during the regional consultations. Esteemed guests, vendor friends, experts from industry, sector and academia, dear participants and students, good morning again. If you don't know the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, let me say some words about us. We are a German foundation. We are a part of the German corporation, international corporation, and we are a think tank on the one side. We conduct studies, we produce publications, policy briefs about all areas of the world. And we are as well an implementation organization. We cooperate with partners in the respective countries and conduct common projects like the street vendor project we are talking about today. So we are represented in more than 100 countries in the world, a big network, and we use this network as well for organizing dialogue and exchange and mutual learning between the partners of in our respective countries. And we are soon 100 years old. We are founded in 1925, and it was the legacy of our first democratic elected president of Germany, Friedrich Ebert. So we carry his name, and he was a social democrat, so we are as well committed to the values of social democracy, what is mainly social justice, what is leading the ideas of our work. So in India, we are since 40 years. We have an office in Delhi, but with our partners, we work all over the country. So concerning the event today, the current digital revolution presents an opportunity to develop a transparent, inclusive, and people-centric future for the labor markets, for our future work. A future in which we are able to anticipate and shape the increased use of digital technologies and the hereby rising issues of inclusion and equality. FES India and its partners aim to build knowledge products and networks on digital inclusion, especially with the perspective of informal sector workers and particular women in this sector, and identify elements for socially and ecologically sustainable value chains. With these efforts, the idea is to push policy advocacy on including a social and economic rights agenda into the current debates and decisions about digital transformation. The idea for this digital street project was generated during the discussions at last year's National Symposium on Digital Transformation of the Informal Sector, held in this very institute. At the symposium, we learned about the challenges faced by the informal sector workers in their struggle to adopt digital technologies for their work and their lives. Clearly, there are challenges related to, first and foremost, access to the appropriate technology itself, or devices that can enable the use of technology, and whether the use of technology enhances productivity and livelihood prospects, or does it add to the hardship of a worker who is already struggling to make a living. We thought of deep diving into the one category of workers to understand the nuances better. And since FES has been engaging with the issues of street vendors in India since a long time, it was decided to explore the digital aspects of street vending. Detailed methodology and the results of the project will be introduced during the day by the subsequent speakers, but I think it's important to note that there are some lessons learned from this project. Be it with or without digital support, the primary concern of any vendor is safeguarding their livelihoods, their income, and their identity. Dealing with government, agencies, and enforcement departments is a daily struggle for vendors. And while there is a Street Vendors Act and various government schemes supporting street vendors, the awareness about the same is very limited, as well as the implementation of the provisions under the Act and schemes are very low. Digital platforms do facilitate access to more attractive markets and to credit schemes, but still there's hesitation about getting into the platforms. Also, platforms are only available for financial services and do not have been developed to cater to other social and economic needs of the vendors, like skill building, business development, or disaster management. Being on a digital platform doesn't necessarily translate into empowerment. Street vendors, including women, disabled, and migrants, who are amongst the most vulnerable sections of the society, continue to face exploitation and oppression. So what will the FES and our partner, ICFAI Business School, do in this regard? As a think tank with national, regional, and international spread, having a network of partners which includes academics, practitioners, civil society organizations, workers' organizations, women's organizations, we will take the results of the project to these groups and ask for specific inputs and facilitate cross-learning and dialogues with policymakers. We will use our existing platforms to share these concerns and create intersections with our other verticals. For example, highlighting the aspect of street vending is enabler of women's safety in the streets, since it encourages public movement and street vendors act as an eye in the road. Within the Digital Street project, we have also often raised questions related to climate change and its impact on health and livelihood of street vendors. ICFAI, on their behalf, have already been a step ahead of their commitment. What was envisaged as a research project has now been transformed into a research plus students project. It is indeed commendable to note that ICFAI centers across India showed great enthusiasm in welcoming the project and actively involving their faculty as well as their students into the project. has been provided a fresh perspective to the entire project. All the ground research has been done by students, with mentoring and guidance from the respective faculty. In some centers, not only MBA students, but BCA, BTech, BC, BSc students have participated in the project. And the students have been forthcoming in extending support to street vendors for creating social media products, preparing easy-to-use manuals for onboarding into payment platforms, for example, and assisting them to get affiliated to vendor organizations. It works in the benefits of both students, as it prepares them for the real world and creates empathic professionals, and for the vendors, as they benefit from the current generation's skills and knowledge. This is exactly the kind of co-creation and collaboration we're aiming at with this project. And once we have the report documentation, we will be able to take it to further stakeholder groups and explore what other collaborations can be formed to enable a digital transformation of the work environment of street vendors. At last year's symposium, it was said that technology should be used for the common good. And we added to it saying that it should become a common good. We as FES are building and promoting the narrative that digital transformation should be used as a tool for the good of the society, contributing to make it more inclusive and equitable. We hope this project is a milestone on that way, on our way, together with our partners towards this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. FES has been with CEDT from the very beginning of time, and for that we are very grateful to FES. Thank you, sir.
Now, we would love to call upon stage Mr. Ajay Gupta, the founder and CEO of Ray Business Technologies.
Good morning, students. Good morning, students. Thank you, everyone. I thank the ICFAI to invite me to this particular speak. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, people on stage. So let us speak about the main cause of street vendors. So in the Indian economy, the street vendors' contribution is like close to 14 to 16%. So that is pretty huge. If you take the part of the regular sector and then you come on to the unorganized sector, which is from the street vendor, 16% on the economy side. It's pretty huge. Now, let me just give a small statistics on that. So there is a segmentation even on the street vendors where we talk about the overall industry. If you see, the food street vendors are close to 50%, 30% are vegetable vendors, and the others contribute to the other sectors. So it can be from the guys who are selling clothes, maybe other utensils which are part of our daily life. I consider these street vendors to be very, very entrepreneurial than a organized sector entrepreneur. They are very dynamic. You see IPS has started. When IPS started here, there was nothing around. But the street vendors were the first to come and tell them, okay, let us help these students or help this particular IPS to get the things. If I go outside the IPS, I will find the street vendor selling food. He will give you all a smallest part, maybe a comb, what you require to the a showcase. Now, they change based on the particular demands of the. They very fast recognize what is the demand of the industry and the people who are around them. So if you go like after 3 months, the same vendor may be selling clothes, and after 3 months, if you see, he'll be selling something else. But the street vendors on the food side are pretty constant. That's why they are like 50% on the terms of the support from the organizations of the industry which comes in from the government, which was not there much earlier. Now I see that the governments are coming forward telling them, okay, you get registered with the street vendors, registered with the street acts, which will help them to formalize their sector. But there are, earlier like they were carrying all money in the cash. Now people carrying cash from here and there is always very, very risky. But if that, the biggest advantage is that if they get registered with the government act, they get different schemes which come from the government, they get credits. Earlier it was all interest rates which are highly charged by the local guys, pay higher interest, riskier for them. They're being harassed by if they're not paying back. Now, but today if you are getting registered with the governments, they get a lot of incentives and credits with a very, very lower interest rates. So I can say the government is definitely doing a lot of helping hand in terms of the street vendors where it goes. Now, every country has its own form of digital transformation. Our digital transformation is very different from the US digital transformation or the West digital transformation, maybe from the Europe. So our digital transformation today is more mobile centric. So we are heavily dependent on mobile. Today anything can happen on mobile. If I don't carry a wallet, it's all okay. But if I carry my mobile, everything can happen. So if the speed at which we started very late adapting to digital transformation, but we were very fastest to carry it out. And last 5 to 6 years, we have adapted the digital transformation at a very, very speed pace where we have left all the countries behind in terms of that. Now, if you talk about taking the street vendors, because of pandemic, I can say that it has actually 1000% it has speeded up the adaptation of digitalization or the digital transformation, where all the street vendors went on to the registering with the government sectors or open the bank accounts, making sure they are all connected to the ecosystem. They have QR code, you have different payment wallets which have come into the picture. So it was a very fast transformation which has happened. Now, the people who come, people generally for the better livelihood, they come from the villages where there are lesser opportunities in those villages. So they come to the city to make sure that they have a better livelihood. So the best way they start with the street vendorship. So they try to, that's why they are very, very, they are the best entrepreneurs. They can, and big companies or big corporates cannot change their inventory overnight, but they can change their inventory overnight. So, but once they come on to the cities for a better livelihood, there are today local bodies. I cannot say local bodies, but they were all local guys who are already into the system to make sure that they are supporting them, but they are also harassing them by giving it the money at a higher interest rates. They tell them, okay, if you are sitting here, you have to pay a local rent to it. So there are different problems out there which slowly have to be addressed. Now, the pace at which happened, the digital transformation of the QR code scanning, where the payments are done via different wallets. Now, but these guys still don't have those kind of opportunity where they connected with the, because these guys sell, for example, if I also eat a lot of street food, or if I know somebody and I really like the food, but if I want to order and get it, by delivery by Swiggy or Zomato, today they are not connected yet. So the logistically they have to be some ecosystems, they have to be get connected where they have to be registered. Now they have again their own issues because they don't have those food safety acts come into picture where people say that okay, if the food is not, the restaurants are already registered with the food safety acts. If anybody is responsible, anything happens there, but these vendors are not registered out there. The street vendors are not there. So who is going to take accountability of that? That's why even the delivery guys or all those guys are a little bit skeptical about getting onboarded these guys. Today, location is not a criteria for doing a delivery. If I am a known person, a known street vendor, and people like me, they will definitely like to order food from me. But there are other things where ecosystem is not completely supporting. vegetable vendors. These are the most perishable food items. Now, if I don't have a proper cold storage for them, and if I don't have a proper logistic system for them, then they always sell the vegetables at a lower cost because they have to make sure that they make something until after 2 days, if it is not sold, they are going to perish because they don't have a better cold storage across them. So this kind of a system currently is not available if you take in the urban area, but the government is planning, or there are corporate players which are coming to put up those cold storage warehouses outside the urban areas. So that is a very good thing to come in. And there are a lot of farmers outside the urban areas. They also are very much dependent on a certain locality or a certain sector of selling those particular vegetables. But again, they don't have a proper storage area. So they are pushed to sell the vegetables at the lower prices. And they cannot wait for the demand to surge. So because of which they sell it at a lower price. So cold storages, warehouses, proper warehouses can definitely help them. Now, for the digital transformation part, today we have to think as a digitally transformed guys, can we build any better systems for them? What are the new systems which we can build for these guys where they are connected to the ecosystem from the warehouse to the logistics to the delivery? I can just give you an example of how well connected currently logistically they are. For example, today we have all these local community vendor, local community vegetable counts like weekly ones. Now, if you just 3 p.m. they come in, so they have those vegetables coming in one truck. They have two vendors who get all the vegetables of all those guys who are street vendors. And they have the other vendor comes with the tables with them. The other vendors use the street light, get LED lights. Now you can see how they are well connected. So they are very smart enough to manage their own logistics. But they have to be connected. They have to be supported well with this all extra infrastructure like cold storages, so that they can always sell those vegetables at a better prices. So this is one of the examples which I am telling you. Now with the digital transformation also, earlier there were local guys who were giving the spots for higher commissions, or they will tell them, okay, you have to give me a 10% commission of whatever material. For example, if you see on the signals, you will have a lot of street vendors selling different items every month. Now, these all are produced at different places, but you can see those are coming out the signals. So you have all those commission agents who are getting all these products. They find that local vendors or local street vendors are the people on the commission basis. They tell, okay, you sell it for like, today if you sell 1,000 rupees products, I will give you like 10% commission or 15% commission. But the higher margins are less than that. But with the digital transformation, today I can see these all local vendors or local commission agents are perishing and street vendors are making more money. So, in terms of the ecosystem, how can the education system or the corporates can help them? A CSR activity cannot run independently. I cannot run a CSR activity tell them, okay, can I run a CSR activity for these guys to educate them about the government policies, about how they can come onto the platform, how benefited is there for them, what kind of credits they can get if they do a transaction digitally, because your credit history is growing. Because today everything is a credit history. If you have a better credit history, your bank also tells that, okay, I can give you a loan because they see your paying capacity back. Now, a single institute or a single corporate company cannot do it. So we can build a CSR platform, or we can talk about a CSR activity where we connect with the local education systems. We have, for example, if I talk about Hyderabad, we have thousands of education systems for our degrees. All students are very much connected with the digital platform. They know exactly how things happen. But the education part, and there are a lot of education part which the local vendors doesn't have the advantages. So today, if you can run a CSR activity, trying to connect all these organizations, bring it to a single platform, tell, okay, we can jointly run a campaign connecting to all those advantage, that will really help them. So this is one of the activity which we can plan together with CS, with IPS also, or how IPS can bring different education systems into this. We can run a big plan, at least for Hyderabad. I'm probably looking at this particularly, other cities can also do it. So that's a small thought process from my side. Thank you again for inviting me to speak here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your point of view on digital transformation with us. Now, we would like to call upon stage Amit Shihag, MLA of the Bhawani district of Haryana state.
Good morning to all the co-panelists, professors, students, and I would like to extend my thank you to FES India, all the team members associated, ICFAI for having me here. I believe I may come here to complete that complete value chain in that sense that, eventually all the discussions which would be made out there, or whatever last 1 year or more than that, the students and I believe the professors and the academicians have been indulging in, they can only reach the fruition if we have policies which are conducive to it. And so maybe I can play a very, very small role in that. So thank you for having me here. And if I, BC, Dinesh was saying, I have kind of during my after my graduation as well. So a lot of my students, a lot of my friends and students who were with me, they used to come to this particular school, the management school. So it kind of gives me an interesting feeling coming here. Finally, I went into politics. I couldn't really do an MBA, but now I believe this is an opportunity for me to be here. So thank you so much. I believe, as I said, that I am here as a policy maker. Though I'm in the opposition at the moment, so I know how much I can contribute to that, but I can definitely raise the voices in the legislative assembly for sure. And it gives me an opportunity to contribute in my own practical experience I get on a day-to-day basis, dealing with an electorate of 2 lakh people and coming from a more rural area, so I can maybe contribute to that as well. But at the same time, I am excited about basically through all these panel discussions, get to hear the views, to take back something from you. Because I believe, as we were discussing last night as well, the value of experts and field visits, having actual understanding of what tangibly can be done is very important. So I believe that is what excites me the most. Maybe my contribution might be limited, but at least I can take back something which can contribute later on once I'm in that particular position to really make a difference. So as an important stakeholder, I would say, in this value chain, I think so a lot has been already been told by everybody and everybody regarding this. This is an we kind of talking about these street vendors and this project Digital Street is contributing to those underserved contributors, roughly 14% of, I believe, of this urban non-formal economy, which might translate into roughly 50 to 60 lakh. I guess street vendors across India, one figure says around 1 CR, and which might touch every family has around 4 to 5 individuals. So the scope is humongous, like 4 to 5 crore people we are touching through this policy discussion at this moment. So that is how I believe we need to take it in that particular light. What, as the professors and academicians, I believe even the street vendor organizations you might have touched, the students who have gone out in the fields. So this collaboration is in the long run, we should undervalue this. A lot of times, me being sitting in such auditoriums when I was a student, I used to feel this is like just just a discussion going on, and not much is going to be coming out. It's just waste of my time. A lot of students used to, and we used to feel that. But I believe even if we can touch 5 people here who literally, like Ajay is an entrepreneur, tomorrow somebody out of you could be one of the person who might take this as an opportunity. So when you feel result in some kind of a transformation with that. So an opportunity for you for as an entrepreneur, but I mean a transformative change in the lives of, you can say, almost 5 crore people in this country. So that is the humongous opportunity, but it has to start from some place, and this auditorium, I believe, is that opportunity at this moment. Two significant measures last few years which have come have been one, the intervention of when the Street Vendors Act 2014 was made. In my state in 2020, it was given shape where schemes were passed. And in that, from surveys to certifications to IDs, everything possible has been mentioned so that to safeguard the interest of the street vendors and yet to bring them in the formal sector. And the second was the most recent during the COVID times where the Prime Minister announces this scheme, which is the Atmanirbhar Nidhi, Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, where I think so the focus is on 2 basic points, which is one is how do you create a credit cycle for these people, bringing them in a more formal side, and second is the aspect we're going to be touching today is the digital transformation. How do you bring the digital technology and make it possible for these people to elevate the whole experience, to be able to deliver in a much better manner, to increase their livelihood. So those are the 2 facets, I believe. But very honestly, I would say, very honestly, a lot of these policies are made, but there is a tremendous gap. As recent as this Diwali, I got a call from some of the street vendors in my area. This is how I'm able to, I feel, before that I was touching very superficially, but because of this invitation, and I just started to understand, read about it a bit, and I realized that the situation has a lot of, merit, which requires a lot of intervention. So just as recent as the Diwali, these people called me up that, they are kind of displacing us. Because there's a constant feud which we also need to understand between the formal economy, the shopkeepers, who are formal shopkeepers, and these, so they kind of usually complain about these street vendors that these people need to be to the authorities, and they're telling me that, sir, it's our Diwali season, this is where we're going to be getting the sales, but we've been asked to move from this area. Now, because those people are also our workers, the shopkeepers, and the street vendors are also asking for my help, so I'm kind of dividing but I tried to that at least in the Diwali they shouldn't be displaced. So the laws have been made, the schemes have been made, but still they aren't really, there's a gap. There's a big gap, as is the case with a lot of policies. So I believe that is something which we on our side, and we through this initiative also going forward we need to I believe deal with. I won't take much of your time because I believe the students have to go for their classes as well. So I'll just brief because everything has been touched by, and during the sessions going forward, I believe there's going to be a lot more. I'll just say 2 things. One, I believe there are 4 interventions which I generally feel as from digital technology perspective we can make. 2, 3 of them which was touched by Ajay Gupta ji as well was first is initially what has been the main focus of the government also is that they need to have some stable location from where they can operate from. So as I gave you this clear example, this happens every 3 to 4 months that these street vendors call somebody like me. They say that we've been displaced, do something about it. So that is something which the government has been looking into and providing basic civil amenities there like toilets and XYZ. That's a limited scope which they have been working. But with this digital technology, I believe that in the long term might become redundant as well, and that is a good thing as well. When we touch right now about the food aggregators, now there's where the challenge comes when we say that the inventory management, service reliability, product quality, as we were talking about consistency, food safety, and packaging. So a lot of food aggregators won't really touch them till the time those issues are resolved. So how do we resolve those issues? said in the PM, the PM Nidhi scheme, street vendors, Atmanirbhar, that they're going to be provided credit. But on ground, I'll give you a very practical point on this, that it is still not reaching there. In my area, the data is that there are around 450 registered street vendors, and only about 160 of them have been able to get these loans. So roughly around 40%. And that is after even the concerned department has put up camps and asked these bank officials to come to those camps. The bank officials don't even turn up for such events because they don't find these vendors to be, he has to struggle so much. That is a big challenge, I believe. And same is the case which we experienced in Panchkula, which is one of the areas that tried to allocate those areas. Only one guy turned up out of the street vendors to take that to that area. And after that, the government asked him to take a card which was for 1 lakh rupees. And for that, they said that you're going to get the credit. He didn't get the credit. So he's struggling. A guy who's a daily earner, has to take up something which he has to pay 1 lakh for. He's not getting a credit for it. So that is the third biggest challenge which we need to address through the digital technology. And fourth, I believe, which we touched upon, is the skill development part. How do they utilize the likes of YouTube, XYD, these facilities which a normal person like us uses very casually, but how do they kind of? So I think these are the four things which we can, throughout this discussion, would be covered. I believe all the three panels, which are very important. A very small but peculiar risk category, I would say, is again, take the example of Mumbai, for example. Now, Mumbai has roughly around, there's a capping usually, where how many licenses in a particular area can be given. So Mumbai has a capping of around 15,000 licenses which can be given to the street vendors. But if you, on totality, there are 2.5 lakh street vendors there. So most of them are operating illegally, and that is where the problem comes, where the police and the department would come, hassle, extort, to the sense that every day they have to pay some kind of a commission. So even if you want to bring them to the system, but you don't have the capacity at the moment because there's so much unemployment, poverty, urbanization is bringing loads of people, let's say from a Bihar or a UP to a place like a Mumbai to find those opportunities, but you can't really legally provide. So that is another big challenge we need to see. And lastly, I'll just end this discourse because I guess the time is also up. Discourse with one simple and very important things for especially the students here. And I speak it with all my heart. As a legislator, as a politician as well, when I came into this particular field, a lot of you people have kind of an impression about a politician that they are corrupt. They don't want to do anything. They are like, just after their own interest, which usually is, and I also see which is usually the case. Some or the other form, because when I started politics, people used to tell us that in our area, there's a sharafat ki, yahan pe koi jagah nahi hai. So when we used to do, it took a lot of time for me to win an election. It was my first election, but it took almost a decade of working to convince people that you can vote for people like us as well. So finally, I did make it to the assembly, and even the government says that you're one of those people who taking politics as a social service, because I do intend to take it in that way. But what I felt was the single most important thing to bring this change, be it technology, XYZ is important, but the single most starting point is sensitivity. Till the time we don't start feeling, if we feel that we just filling this auditorium because we have to do it as a compulsory activity, I could have not come here as well because I was busy in my elections and just came on very short notice. But I felt that I get to learn something for sure. But if I can maybe ignite that fire in one of you, a lot can be achieved. So I always believe in the power of, you have to be sensitive towards the cause. Just try to put yourself in those shoes. You will definitely know that there's how much privileged we guys are from as compared to the next time when a street vendor walks by your house, maybe you will start noticing in a different manner, and that is how the transformation can start happening. So sensitivity is the key to start everything, and I hope one of you would work towards, maybe take a project and work towards changing the lives of some of these people, and together we all can make a difference. Trust me, it can be a slow process, very difficult, but we can make a difference. Thank you so much for having me.
an honor to have you here, sir. Thank you very much.
It is an important part of our culture to express our kind gratitude to them who have made special effort to make this program a success through their presence. So now I would like to request Professor Ved to come up on stage and facilitate our guest, Honorable Amit Shah. Now, we would like to call upon stage Professor Sudhakar Rao to come up and felicitate Mr. Ajay Gupta. We request Professor Sailejan to come up and felicitate Ulrich Brock. Last but not the least, we would like to have up on stage Professor Madhvi to felicitate LS Ganesh. Thank you, sir, for giving us time out of your so much busy schedule.
Now, we will request Mrs. Vijaya Lakshmi, the Registrar of IFFG, to take the dais.
A very good morning to all of you. Just I'll take one line for vote of thanks. On behalf of IFFG, I want to thank all the invitees, which includes management, directors, deans, head of the departments, clubs, students, and all the invitees. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Sanjay and Liz for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
The high tea, thank you everyone. The high tea has been set up in the seminar hall. We request the volunteers to escort the guests to the seminar hall, and we shall begin with the first panel discussion in the auditorium at 11 a.m. Thank you. The first panel discussion will be starting at the auditorium at 11:10 a.m.
Thank you.
It's right outside the auditorium.
Thank you all for coming to this session. We are really concerned about the financial inclusion of street vendors. With the modern day and the changing times and with the ever-changing technology around us, we can see that the new UPI, the new digital currency is the model world currency for us. And we cannot be a complete section of the society not tagging along with us in this journey because they are the backbone of the local economy, our street vendors.
In the absence of info, we tend to leave the worst scenario. So we thought this session would help us all achieve clarity on what is known versus speculation or even exaggeration.
This is an important topic that is affecting many of our businesses, so we are honored to create this panel to share what we know about the street vendors and answer the questions we have about their financial inclusion.
Now we would like to show a short video to bring the voices of the streets to you.
Out this place and keep quiet now. Komal.
আসলে ভালো হয় কেন মাথা ফ্রেশ থাকে ওই যে আপনার সবার মধ্যে একটা যে ভয় থাকে যে উনি যে পেমেন্ট করলেন ওটা আমার ফোনে আসলো কিনা কি আমাদের সাইড থেকে চলে গেল এই যে প্রবলেমগুলো আছে ক্যাশ থাকলেও কাস্টমার আসলে টাকা দিল মাল নিয়ে চলে গেল আমার টেনশন থাকে না কিন্তু যতক্ষণ না ওই টাকাটা আমি পেলাম কি পেলাম আমার একটা মাথার মধ্যে থাকে সব মানুষ তো সবার নয়
जैसे फोन पे आता है कि आपके अकाउंट में इतने रुपए आ गए, इनके पास वो भी नहीं है। ये किसी रिश्तेदार के या किसी के थ्रू भरोसेमंद पे वो अपना अकाउंट छोड़ देता है और उनको कई बार वो लोग पैसे भी नहीं देते।
जो ऑनलाइन पेमेंट्स को लेकर काफ़ी ज़्यादा रहता है कि फ्रॉड होते हैं एंड मेजर इशू बहुत आता है। तो इसमें क्या है कि कुछ लोगों को शायद इसमें भी दिक्कत रहती है कि ये भी अभी कुछ समझ नहीं पा रहा है इजीली कि आपको ज़रूरत नहीं है जो मॉडल लाइफ पे करना वो बात अलग है, किसी को करंट अकाउंट नहीं चाहिए बिजनेस के लिए। आप लोग नॉर्मल सेविंग अकाउंट में भी बहुत ईजिली गूगल पे फोन पे में भी आप ट्रांजेक्शन ले सकते हैं।
भगवान बुद्ध के समय में जो सलमान की कहानी उसमें ऑफिस किया है, तो हमारा अल्लाह नहीं है साल आज तक 75 के साल का सरकार जरूर है 10 साल हमने इनको किया।
Now, I would like to invite upon stage Professor Sanjeev Malviya, Sir, Associate Professor and Head, CSDC, ICFAI University, Dehradun, representing the voices from the streets to us. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all of you. The students, especially those who are sitting and those who have just arrived, they have missed the first session. It has given a very beautiful insights to what has been done in terms of this project. And believe me, if you take the discussions from your colleagues, those who have participated, you will find a certain great amount of learning has happened to you, all those students who have been part of this project. Having said that, it's a pleasure to be associated with it. And I'm Dr. Sanjeev Malviya. I'm representing IBS Dehradun here. And it's a privilege to be a part of this project. The team from FES, Mr. Ulrich Stock, Manvi Kulshresh ma'am, Mr. Anurag. We are so thankful that we all we are able to contribute to this project. It would not have been possible without the support of Professor Dr. FRIEDRICH sir. I'm thankful to you, sir, for associating all the other IBS campuses into this project. Thank you. And Professor Sanjay Koloria, Professor Shailendra Bisht, and some excellent and wonderful branding and contributions done by Professor Sudhakar Rao, sir. Thank you, sir. All the distinguished speakers, those who are here, the friends from the industry and from other walks of other representations from almost all the stakeholders, those who are there. Professor Mulidhar from Bangalore, Professor Dr. Shailajan sir from Hyderabad, our colleagues, Professor Vidu Mathur from Jaipur and Professor Samyadeep from Kolkata. We all have collected few insights from this project, and I'll just quickly take you through those insights which are there. Try to collect the data from the street vendors and collate them, and a gist has been presented from the point of view of financial inclusion, how is it happening, and how it's the challenges and the benefits coming to the street vendors. I quickly glanced to the vendors profile. Almost the entire team at the campuses at Bangalore, Jaipur, Kolkata, Dehradun and Hyderabad. we were able to cover more than 1,000 of street vendors, and we have witnessed that the profiles of these street vendors across predominantly ranged from maximum into fast food and fruits and vegetables, and ranging from tea sellers, juice sellers, toy sellers, to potters, to swings, to traditional handicrafts which were there. So it's a pretty wide profile. We have found one interesting thing from these street vendors. So based on the local needs, they were used to customize their offerings, their products or services, and they were pretty successful in doing so. The demographics in terms of gender and age, this gender, the street vending is dominated by the males, but we have found that there are certain enterprising women also who are into, for various reasons, who are also into street vending, or their percentage is only 10%. Age group, if you look at, it's almost the age group of 20 to 40 years, where almost 64% of the street vendors are from. So it is the 20 to 40 age bracket, which represents almost 64% of the vendor across. This was interesting to note that in all these 5 cities which we have covered, the mode of payment receipt ranged from 55% to 68% there. We have seen 55% collecting payments through both online and cash mode. In Kolkata, it was 58%, in Dehradun, it was close to 68%, and in somewhere in between in the other locations in the cities. Now, coming on to the voices from the street, I have one interesting video which the students have made during their interaction with the street vendors. If we can just play that video, please. Yeah, Pahadi Boy video made by our students at one of the locations at Dehradun.
भैया आपका नाम? मेरा नाम भरत सिंह गुसाई है। कहाँ के रहने वाले? मैं वैसे कोडिंगरवाल से हूँ। और यहाँ पे आप कब से ये इवेंट लगा रहे हैं? ये मुझे यहाँ पे हो गए 6 महीने हो गए पूरे। 6 महीने है। आपको यहाँ पे दिक्कत तो कुछ नहीं है वैसे तो। आपके परिवार वाले कहाँ रहते हैं? मेरे परिवार वाले गाँव में रहते हैं। मेरा अपना घर है तो इतना मुझे तो होता नहीं, बट ये कि थोड़ा सा चल जाता है। अपना घर होने के बाद रेंट नहीं देना पड़ता ना। कौन सा है आपके घर? परिवार में मम्मी है, पापा है, 2 भाई है, वाइफ है मेरी। शादी हो गई आपकी? हाँ, वो पापा से बात करते हैं। बच्चे ऑनलाइन पेमेंट का कोई मेथड आप यूज करते हो? हाँ, बिल्कुल। पेटीएम का है, फोन पे का है, गूगल पे का है और भारत पे का है। कोई दिक्कत तो कुछ नहीं। पेटीएम में थोड़ा दिक्कत आती है कि थोड़ा चार्ज लेट होती है। सेम प्रॉब्लम होती है फोन पे में। इसमें थोड़ा लॉन्ग टाइम हो जाता है। इसमें एक्सप्लेन करके कि ऐसे पेमेंट क्या गलत हो, मतलब क्या सुबह का पेमेंट हमारी 5,000 का पेमेंट हुई हमारी। सुबह में पेमेंट के लिए पैसा चाहिए। हाँ, तो उसके लिए हमें कम से कम तो मॉर्निंग में पैसा चाहिए, तभी तो पैसा आएगा। और इसका फायदा तो काफी है, क्योंकि कोई वीडियो उसके पास रहता है कि हाँ बॉक्स में एकदम से पेमेंट आ गया, सुनने मिल जाता है आएगा। प्लस ये पैसा थोड़ा बच जाता है। कभी कभी चेंज नहीं होता हमारे पास, बोलते हैं ऑनलाइन कर दो। इसमें बहुत अच्छा बेनिफिट होता है। आपकी उम्र का क्या? मेरी उम्र है 30। इससे पहले आप कहाँ लगाते थे इसका? इससे पहले मेरा था FRI गेट में। हाँ भैया, आपका नाम? मेरा नाम भरत सिंह गुसाई है। आप कहाँ के रहने वाले?
It's done. Thank you. So there are many such videos made by these students, and these are all fresh students, and this was an interesting thing which was lapped on by the students at almost all these centers, all the IBS campuses. They were sent there, they learned, they improvised during the process, they committed certain follies which brought few smiles on our faces when we were able to recognize it. I didn't edit it. So that is it. These are some glimpses of the street vendors interactions which have happened at Dehradun, at Kolkata, Jaipur, Bangalore and Hyderabad. And we'll quickly move on to what the challenges, as we have heard from these street vendors, what are the key challenges and what uh, uh, maybe the panel may discuss on what can be likely solutions. One thing which we found clearly, there was the biggest advantage that most of the street vendors have lapped up this UPI payments, this adoption of this UPI for especially for receiving the payments. So that has been there, and some of these street vendors, they were not very well conversant with the technology. They were not having a smartphone, so that was something which was found in almost majority of the places. The digital technology was restricted to receiving payments, and few incidences were there of WhatsApp usage in promoting their businesses. So we have found that the street vendors were quick to adopt those UPI payments or UPI apps for receiving the payments. So they may be having all those the GPay or Paytm or PhonePe apps or installed there. Those who were having these smartphones, but it was restricted only to receiving payments. One of the reasons which we tried to find out, it was these UPI apps, they don't charge any money for receiving the payments or doing the transactions. As long as it's free, the penetration is large and wide. Adoption is very quick. There were a few strange incidences where some of the street vendors were promoting their inventory, promoting their material merchandise through WhatsApp. So there are vendors who were promoting their food items, anything new they have, to some of their regular customers by clicking the pics and sending it and sharing it to them. At Dehradun, at Kolkata, we talked, so it was vendors clicking photographs of their, say, freshly ripe fruits and vegetables, sharing it to the people in the society, those who are living. So they used to order, and that is how they were promoting their business there. In Jaipur also, one of the Mehndi artists, he told us that the new designs and all, he was sending the photographs and promoting it through the use of WhatsApp. But these were few stray incidents, and predominantly it was for receiving payments that digital technology is being used by the street vendors. Security issues, yes, that is trust and security issues have been there, although Paytm has come up with their with speakers that announce the payment received, but it is not installed at, or it is not affordable at times by all the street vendors. Then there was issue of suppliers and reluctance to receive payments digitally. So although street vendors had migrated into using the apps for digital payments, but upstream in the supply chain, this was not happening. So if they have to receive the supplies and inventory from the suppliers, say maybe fruit and vegetable vendors, if they are going to the mandis receiving the stock, they have to make payments in cash. Low awareness about the government schemes. It was not that they were totally not aware, but the awareness level was very low as far as the government support schemes are concerned, especially the Swanidhi. I was pleasantly surprised listening to Mr. Amit Sihag. He mentioned that almost 40% of the street vendors in his constituency have access to this government support scheme, which is a very high number, which is a very high percentage, because we didn't find this kind of neither access nor awareness. Outsourcing digital payments, the challenges of consolidation. So the street vendors, for their livelihood, things which we observe: one, they are smart in understanding the and customizing to the requirements of their customers, to the needs of their customers. One, two, they are very smart in even if they are not literate, they are smart. So they used the technology. If they don't have the smartphones, if they don't have the QR codes for receiving the payments, they were using the apps which maybe if these say for example if a vegetable vendor has put up for display his vegetables and all before a shop owner, a general store or something. So he was using that QR code of the general store or the grocery merchant for receiving the payments. And at the end of the day, he used to remember and used to consolidate the payments which come on the app. But they were there for losses there. If he forgets any particular amount, then the entire profit is lost. So consolidation issues, that is one challenge of consolidation that were there. As far as the other general challenges are concerned, weather conditions posed a great challenge for all these street vendors because street vending is not on fixed shops. They are vending on the street and the weather plays a huge role in their business. Lack of awareness about the vending licenses and processes, the challenges with the local administration, the law and order, and the permanent place, which have been highlighted. And there are incidences at places when the government restrictions make these street vendors at the receiving end. So, especially we have found at times the government imposing ban on the use of plastic. And if you're caught with them, then it's a heavy penalty. So, the street vendors are the receiving end. If they don't keep it, the customers move to the their competitor to other place. If they keep it and the ban is imposed, so they have to pay heavy fine. So that was something which they have voiced and they have mentioned. So these were some of the financial challenges and the general challenges that we have found. And thankful to all these students, the faculty teams, those who have contributed in surveying these street vendors and collecting these data, these videos, and these photographs. And I hope the panel may come with the discussions and find out some solutions to the challenges that these street vendors are facing in terms of financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, to share your knowledge along with us.
Now, I would like to invite on stage Professor Mahendra Dev sir, Distinguished Professor of Economics at ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education, to guide us through this process as our professional panel moderator.
We also have our esteemed panel members,
Professor Nimi Rangaswamy ma'am, Research Professor, IIT Hyderabad,
Professor Amir Ullah Khan sir, Policy Analyst, Center for Development, Policy and Practice,
Dr. M.K. Chaitanya sir, SMC, SUSV, MEPNS, Telangana State.
Before we start this session, I'd like all the students to listen carefully to what our panelists are saying so they can ask questions at the end of the session. And now, I'd like to hand over the proceedings to Professor Mahendra Dev sir to take this session forward. Sir, please.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me for this important national consultation. In fact, I've been working on this informal sector for the last few decades. So I've joined ICFAI last week. So it's a surprise or happy to note that my first event is on the informal sector, particularly on street vendors who are at the bottom of the pyramid. As you know, the informal workers in India, about informal sector is 85%. But if you take also the informal workers in the formal sector, it's about 90% or so. That includes agriculture workers and others, and then street vendors and others. Today's panel discussion is on digital technologies, and financial inclusion. The financial inclusion, of course, is important for inclusive growth, poverty eradication, and reducing inequality. This is also the financial inclusion promotes inclusive growth by way of making financial services, including credit and other safety nets, available to the bottom of the pyramid. So the benefits of financial inclusion are well known. I'm not repeating here. For savings, investment decisions, and also all sections of the society are included in the financial services. On the second one, on digital technologies, already the inaugural session, the context is given. Here, how do we improve? Digital technologies can help in improving the financial inclusion. In the last 5 years, or so, the digital technologies have improved faster, and it's important for our growth, equity, and the sustainability of the country. Digital technologies like mobile phones, computers, and internet, all this help. Of course, the Jan Aadhaar and mobile, the JAM, also help the thing. And as mentioned, the UPI system has revolutionized the entire digital technologies in India. And in fact, globally, there has been a lot of interest on our UPI system. The pandemic also has accelerated the push towards digitization. Now the panel will discuss how to help particularly the street vendors and others on the digital technologies and on financial inclusion. In the background note, there have been a few questions. The panel can discuss them, or they can discuss the other things also. First one is, how can digital technologies be used for financial inclusion, and how are the key principles of financial inclusions? What are the things, and what is the role of government in financial inclusion, and also the other stakeholders and citizens in general? How do you help the financial inclusion initiatives and to digital transformation, particularly street vendors and other sections of the society and at the bottom of the pyramid? So with this, we have three panelists. Professor Nimi Rangaswamy, Professor Amir Mullah Khan, and Mr. Chaitanya, three distinguished panelists. So I'll request them to introduce themselves and then start with Professor Nimi Rangaswamy. There is a limit on the time, so maybe 10 to 15 minutes each, and because they have a class, I think at 12:15 or so, but maybe we can extend to 12:30, hopefully. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahindra. So am I too loud or something? Is it fine? Yeah? I'm an anthropologist who is obsessed with technology. I'm a tech optimist, if I may say so. And I have done some research on the digitization of informal or non-formal economy. There are a couple of things I want to draw your attention to. One is even trying to study the informal economy is quite a scare. It's messy, it's disorganized, and kind of academically trying to gather a method, a theory to studying them becomes a challenge. So they remain vignettes, they remain stories. All these stories that we tell about them also remain disjointed. So my endeavor has been to see, can I bring some theoretical understanding to informality, and thereby maybe giving an organized kind of a perspective on them. But that's what academicians do also, right? They bring theory, of course theory has all kinds of connotations, to maybe draw generalizations and thereby help to come up with certain policies or certain ideas as to how one can garner the potential of this market. So one idea was, which I've been steadily seeing in the last 10 years, is how because of technologies, because of digitization, the informality is steadily becoming formal. Now I'll explain that. There are different schools of thought about should we formalize the informality. We all know the pros and cons of this. Sometimes the informal market is able to survive because it's informal. It gets around the rigmarole of bureaucracy, the rigmaroles of licensing, and other kinds of time-wasting and expensive processes, which informal economies can bypass, right? And thereby it helps them. And they can also, as Mr. Gupta was saying in the morning, they are very quick on their feet. They change their business processes, bring new products, etc., etc. At the same time, there is a limit. They are extremely vulnerable. They are extremely precarious. All those things don't go away because they don't formalize. Now, formalization, of course, has its huge value because they benefit from a lot of schemes, from recognition, they can grow, they can progress, all those things. Now, how is this informality organically becoming formal in India today, especially in the last decade or so because of digitization? One of my students was doing this project on online gambling, right? And one theory he had was online gambling is becoming very popular because of the anonymity it affords, right? You're anonymous, right? You can be even a dog on the internet and nobody would know that you are a dog. That is the idea, right? So he tells me, he was interviewing people, and one of them said, okay, I'm here because it gives me an anonymity, but when I go to do online payments, I have to pay online when I'm playing, when I'm using these resources, my anonymity goes away, right? So this is so interesting how technologies can push you to some kind of formal practice, right? The other event that comes to my mind is when I was studying street entrepreneurs in Mumbai, that was about 12 years ago or something. They said, of course, we are informal, but all of us have a PAN card. You know, all of them had gotten a PAN card and they had identity. They were somewhat formally linked to the formal economy, right? Because of that, PAN card became very important and they were smart enough to realize that we need to have that. They may not have a license for street vending, but the other kind of identity was very important. So this is where I started thinking how technology itself, digitalization itself was bringing this formality into this whole informal, what you call mess or disorganization or whatever you want to call it. Now the other example I want to give you is gig economy. We all know what is gigging, and gig economy, of course, has in the developed countries has informalized the formality there. You know, just the opposite of what's happening here, right? So there's a lot of pushback. There are a lot of voices against gigging, which we've been hearing most stridently in the last 5 years or so. So when you look at gig economies, you see that gig economy in India works very differently. It is bringing formality to the informal sector, right? Because you're tied to a digital wallet, you're tied to regular wages, you're tied to matching your work effort to those wages. So, for example, take an Uber driver, right? Most of Uber drivers in India have been in the informal market, working for families or organizations, again, very informally, contract, they don't get regular wages, all those things. Once they come into the Uber economy, of course, it's still very precarious, they get some kind of, become part of some kind of formal practices. Mainly the digital wallet, the pages, the app, the kind of Uber identity that gives them, right? So I want to put forth this maybe a soft theoretical argument that digitalization brings some kind of soft formalization to the informality of informal organizations, and through this soft formality, I think informal market, mainly through digitalization. So this is what I want to, this is the argument I wanted to put forth. And let's see if there is some response to this or some update here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramaswamy. So, yeah, she has talked about the, formalizing the informal workers, whether, what are the problems, another thing, and digitization and gig economy, those kind of issues. Now I request Professor Amin Ullah.
Thank you, Professor Mahendra Dev. First of all, I must congratulate all of you students and the university for getting Professor Mahendra Dev here. For all of us, for all of us who have been studying economics for 3 decades now, there are a few gurus we can count, and Professor Mahendra Dev stands very tall there. Now, this is a very interesting area that you are working on, and Professor Rangaswamy posed a very interesting question. I hope you registered that does the digital introduce a level of formality, a level of the formal into daily transactions? And is that the major gain that we are getting? So because otherwise, we'll be only looking at the ease of transactions and the lower transaction value and the lower cost of transactions when we look at the digital transformation. This question is indeed very exciting. You are all, I gather you are all business students of the first year. So the question that should first come to you is, why are you sitting here in this consultation? What are you going to do with street vendors? How many of you are going to work with street vendors? Are you going to work with them? In fact, you are all going to work with those organizations that are actually the biggest threat to street vendors. You are the ones who are going to work with Flipkart and Amazon and Reliance. But the reason for understanding this is because when you understand the work that street vendors do, that is when you will understand all the elements of business that you will look at wherever you work. Because remember, what are the business challenges that street vendors face? From your classroom and your early case study, look at what is the biggest threat that a street vendor has. Anybody? What is the business threat that a street vendor has? Let me help you. Look at the cost of capital. Who do you think pays more for capital? The street vendor or Mr. Adani? Isn't it straight? That the cost of capital is higher for somebody who is working at the margins. Roughly, we did one big study in Hyderabad, and the street vendor's cost of capital is between 70 to 90%. That's the interest rate that the street vendor pays. Whereas, these fellows who are at number 2 or number 3 in the world, they hardly pay anything. If at all, even if at all they care to pay back their loans, they are not paying back anything. So you can see the difference, and that's a big vulnerability. How will you establish a return on investment if your cost of capital is upwards of 30%? Question 1. Second question. You've gone and shopped. I'm sure all of you have shopped at both the street vendor level and in these big malls for the same thing. And suppose you want to shop for a dozen bananas. You go to the street vendor and you go and buy at Reliance. Where do you start bargaining? Have you ever bargained with Reliance? Why haven't you? Where do you think the margins are higher? Then why are you bargaining at the wrong place? So the questions here are that when we look at the problems that street vendors face, and that's the interesting issue for all of you. For all of you as business students, to look at the business strategic questions that street vendors face and see how they answer those questions. And importantly, a big push up, a big change in their transactions has come up because of the digital methods. What has it done? Firstly, it is enabling the informal to get formal. The big question remains, should the informal become formal? Why are we all interested? As policy people, why are we interested in making informal workers formal? Do you want all street vendors to go formal? Right? Do you want them to be organized? Or should they stay as they are and keep their cost down? First question. Think of an answer. Why are we pushing them to become formal? One of the reasons from a fiscal perspective is that we want more and more people to pay taxes. You must have heard this several times, isn't it? That we will have to increase the tax base, only 3% of India pays taxes, and if 93% is informal, you use taxes there and the tax base goes up. That's one reason, the vested reason why the state would want them to go forward. What's in it for the street vendor? The cost of capital is high. A POS machine costs a few dollars. The cost of transactions is high. So why are we burdening them with this? How does it help them? Obviously, it helps. And that is why the street vendor, rational as they are, will go in for the digital. It's your job to think of what is it that is in it for the street vendor to make that investment to go digital. The second question. Is street vending something that gives dignity to work? If you read the note, the background note, please do read that 2-pager that is there. It talks about the Sustainable Development Goals, and one of those SDGs is about dignified employment. Are we worried about street vendors because there is a lack of dignity there? The Prime Minister famously brought this to our attention when he said that pakoda sellers are also part of the economy. They are also employed. Why did we snigger at that? Are pakoda sellers really part of the employed workforce? There was another member of parliament who said that if pakoda sellers are part of the workforce, then so are beggars. A beggar might make sometimes more money than the pakoda seller. So is that a valid, is that a good, decent employment? And are we going to make these better and easier by giving them various tools like the digital tool? The last point I want to make to you is that when we look at the e-commerce platform, and that is where most of the street vendor output is moving towards, and that's where there is an unfair advantage that large e-commerce platforms have. Most of us shifting to Amazon to buy books particularly. Then when this shift happens to e-commerce, who does it benefit more? Will it benefit the large player? It's an important question. I'll repeat it for you. When we move from regular commerce, across the table, across the counter commerce, to e-commerce, who benefits more? Does Amazon benefit more, or does this fellow standing outside selling samosas benefit more? The answer is not easy. If Amazon was benefiting more, why are they running a process like that? Which e-commerce platform is making money? The bigger the platform, the more the losses. And the benefit to the street vendor is that much higher. Exponentially higher. The cost of doing business actually is coming down. And that's why this subject is an important subject for all of you to look at and study. Some interesting another tally-like program. It's a program that allows completely unlettered entrepreneurs to run their entire financial transactions and generate monthly reports and audited reports through a simple platform. Check that out. It will show you how digital transformation of small businesses can actually impact the bottom line significantly. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amir Khan. Yeah, firstly, some of the issues, important issues he raised, the cost of capital for the street vendors versus Reliance or other corporate sectors, where street vendors have to pay 75 to 80%, or the others have to pay only 10% the cost of capital. And then the digitization, how it can help the street vendors and other informal workers. Now I will request Mr. Chaitanya to say a few words.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and the participants of the dais. So I am Dr. Chaitanya. I am from Municipal Administration Department, Government of Telangana. So first of all, I thank ICFAI Group and FES for inviting me for this national consultation on digital transformation of street vendors. So I said about my organization, it is MEPMA. It is a full form of Mission for Elimination of Poverty in Municipal Areas, which deals with the poverty elimination programs at the state government level. So MEPMA is a state nodal agency which is working for all the poverty elimination programs. Out of which main means the activities of this organization mainly concentrate on the women empowerment activities, where we deal about the poor women who are living in the slums and all, how to organize them, how to organize them and bring into the financial inclusion of these women vendors. Development of entrepreneurs out of that women in the slums. So that is one of the component of us. And one major component of our organization is the support to urban street vendors. So this basically runs on the act, on the policies or act which is being developed by Government of India in 2014, the Street Vendor Act. Based on that, the governments, all the state governments have framed the scheme and also the rules to be incorporated for these street vendors. So out of that, the first thing to be done is to form the town vending committees. So the town vending committee is formed at each urban local body, which is headed by the municipal commissioner of that urban local body, with the street vendors composition of 40% of members are the street vendors in the town vending committee. So why I am mentioning this is, so for taking up any activity for the vendors, since we are going forward for the digital transformation or the empowerment of vendors, you need to first meet the town vending committee, or you need to first take the town vending committee into consideration, take their views, take their opinion, then we can formulate some new norms and policies for the development of vendors. So the town vending committee first do the registration of vendors, where here in Telangana, earlier to COVID, there were about 83,000 vendors in Telangana state, but the government of Telangana in 2020, after emergence of COVID, have taken an initiative and developed a mobile app for registering the vendors. So earlier it was all like a paper-based survey which took a lot of time, and there are a lot of errors being carried forward for registering the vendors and all. So now the government of Telangana now have developed an app. You can check it at Play Store. The Patana Pragati Street Vendor Survey app is there on Google Play Store. So based on that app, using that app has given a boost in doing, means has reduced the time for survey of the vendors. Most of the states have failed in taking up the survey of vendors at that pace. So act says 2.5% of the
population should be vendors. Means the urban, out of the urban population in any ULB or urban local body, 2.5% at least should be the street vendors in that urban local body. So here in Telangana, after that app was come and during the COVID, during the COVID, we have identified additional 3,36,000 vendors with that app. So without that digitization, what I mean to say is, if I would have continued the same, the paper-based survey and all, it would have taken me years together to complete the survey and to record the details of all the vendors. So within 3 to 4 months of time, about 600% of vendors have been increased, which has not been done in any part of India. So we have also issued ID cards to the vendors, which is the provision of the Street Vendor Act, where we need to issue vending certificate and ID card. Maybe the other session in the afternoon will deal about the regulations of the Act. So within no time we could give identity cards to the street vendors, because at the time of COVID, Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India, under Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, has launched a scheme called PM Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi. The earlier panelist was already mentioning about that scheme. So this scheme really have brought lot of improvement in the street vendors, implementation of Street Vendor Act. So based on that scheme usually focuses on the special micro credit itself, about a small micro credit. So let me explain it, because I am dealing with the poverty elevation progress from past 15 years. I am working in the field from past 15 years. So street vendors usually every day morning, Monday, the Monday पे जाके what they take, they purchase vegetables or fruits or something. Like example, they purchase the vegetables worth of ₹900 in the morning, roam around the streets or sell the goods, and in the evening he has to pay ₹1,000 back to the vendor or distributor who has given him the items. So you can imagine how much interest rate the vendor is being paying. It is 10% or 10 rupees per day. 10%, 100 rupees interest is 100 rupees as the interest is paying. Morning is taking 900, evening is paying 1,000. You can see anywhere. Earlier to this emergence of this PM Swanidhi scheme. So 10% of interest rate per day. You know what is the interest rate of housing loan? It is now around 7.95 or 8.40 per annum. So per annum, 8% of interest rate and 10% of interest rate per day. So say calculated to monthly, it comes to 300% and yearly 3,600%. So one rupee taken today, after a year he has to pay 3,600 rupees. So this interest rate, as my earlier panelist was mentioning, but the bigger players will get at a very low interest rate, and the vendor who is getting the loan at a very high interest rate. So this PM Swanidhi scheme, which focused on special micro credit, has brought a major change in this informal financing, and the vendor is now getting loans from the bank formally, and this PM Swanidhi is completely digitized the process. It is 100% digitized the process. Only at the time of disbursement of the loan, the vendor has to sign one TP note, what we call. So that is enough for him to get the loan. Vendor will apply the loan through mobile app. So for applying the loan, the prerequisite was he should have an ID card given by the urban local body. For that purpose, Government of Telangana earlier only, we felt that it is required emergency for us to register the more number of vendors. So we have created a digital platform under Patana Pragati, what is the state government program. We have a mobile app was created. More number of all the street vendors were brought into that mobile app. They were given ID card and we prepared them ready for this PM Swanidhi intake of PM Swanidhi loans. So this point of time when COVID has come, the major, what I feel the biggest livelihood was anybody who has lost their livelihood was the street vendor. Because all of a sudden, on March 21st, so all of a sudden every stall was closed. Every Pani Puri center was closed. Every FRIEDRICH center was closed. Everything was closed and nothing was on the roads. So the biggest livelihood effect has got to the street vendors. So that was maintained for 3 months. When the unlockdown started, simple. You think about the ground reality. When the unlockdown started, think about one chai vendor. उसका बंडी तो 3 महीना रोड पे था. That would have gone rust, पूरा रस्ट आके होगा. उसके बर्तन, all utensils and all those have been at the home place which have been spoiled. Okay, now again he has to dust up the bandi, उसका tire gear पूरा set करना है. Okay, then he has to set up the utensils पूरा नया लेना है. Then he has to go for market and purchase milk, sugar, all these things. So for this he required only a small loan, a small micro credit. If this PM Swanidhi would not have come, he would have gone to the informal sector and taken this 10% per day loan, and he has been again gone into some debts. So this for this, so I am proud that government of Telangana from day one of emergence of this scheme, we are in the top of the country. So we Telangana state was role model for most of the states which are bigger states like MP, UP and all. So Sir is also there. I listened in the morning speech. So we were like a torch bearer for this PM Swanidhi scheme, and we were given a target of about 3.4 lakhs. But based on our population, they would have given they have to give only 2 lakhs. But government of India expected more from us, but we were also ready. So target of 340 lakhs for the street vendors we have achieved before any state has done it. So Telangana state was the first state to achieve 100% disbursement as per the target given to us. The number of street vendors who have applied for as in Telangana were 4 lakhs. 4 lakh vendors have applied for the loan, and we have disbursed it to 3,60,000 vendors till now, the first phase loan. And the repayment is also very good. See, I can say that 3,50,000 vendors have taken the loan, and till now repayment has been completed by 2,50,000 vendors. So it is about 80+ percentage of vendors are repaying the loan also, because they have tasted that. Because if I don't repay this, I don't get the next tranche of loan. Then I again have to go to informal sector. So digitization, bringing them onto the digital platform, giving them the financial inclusion is very much important for them, and they are ready to accept it. They are ready to take it. So that we have seen through this loan. So in this, you can see Government of India, there is a website, PM Swanidhi, you can see. In the population category of below less than 1 lakh population, there are 3,555 ULBs in India. Top 10 ULBs, all are from Telangana. Number 1 to number 10, all 10 are from Telangana state. So our urban local bodies or our state government is so proactive for the poor and concerned about the street vendor. This is the fact what we can see. And coming to second tranche in PM Swanidhi, they have started 20,000 loan. In that also we are way ahead than any other state. So we are again number 1 in second tranche. And now again government has felt that another additional dose of in financial this thing is required. So they have enhanced the limit to 50,000. Now the vendors are ready to take 50,000 loans. They are taking 50,000 loans from the banks, and thanks to the banking sector, that the state level bankers committee here in Telangana is so proactive. Bankers are very committed towards financing the vendors, and they are like they are welcoming the vendors for giving this small amount of loan, because now देखो आप 1 crore loan अगर बैंकर के पास लेना है, same documentation, 10,000 rupees loan के लिए भी same documentation. So why a banker is hesitating to give loan to the vendor is only that if he does 1 crore loan, his target reduces fast. 10,000 का लोन कितने देर तो 1 crore होगा. How much time he has to spend and how much physical energy he has to spend. But still, वो तो इतना रह के भी bankers are coming forward because they are also now sensitized about this small sector, what the street vendors about that. So they are also sensitive of that. And now coming to second phase of it. So first phase, what I have said is the financial inclusion. Where small micro credit is always required to the vendor to develop himself, to gain good livelihood and all. The second phase, now what we are doing is the digital transactions. Means we are encouraging the vendor onto digital, getting onto digital platform. COVID से पहले एक वीडियो सर has shown me that Dehradun से Professor Sir has shown the video. Before COVID, there उतना नहीं था QR code, UPI ID, but after COVID, after this scheme is launched, since it was mandatory or since it emphasized on giving the vendors a QR code, we have tied up with some digital payment aggregators like PhonePe, BharatPe, Paytm, Yapura, and banks are also giving most of the QR codes. So we have made these vendors get onto this digital platforms, and we are giving training to them. Digital literacy trainings are most important. So we are giving training to them for doing these digital transactions, and see how we can encourage vendors to do the digital transactions. So we have to create some incentives, cash incentives has to be created for vendors to use the UPI. Unless and until other paisa, if you see the money currency, physical currency and the digital currency, most of the accept or be happy to see the physical currency. So that same. So physical currency ke liye bahut attract hote hain, rather than this currency. But now we have to divert them from this to this, digital, physical to digital. So some incentives have to be planned. So the government, in PM Swanidhi scheme, based on the number of transactions, 200 transactions, अगर एक vendor करे तो he is getting per month 100 rupees as an incentive. So 100 rupees per vendor is getting as an incentive. In this also, like in all India, some 19.30, 19 crores is the incentives taken by the street vendors for using digital transactions. Out of that 19 crores, 4 crores are from the vendors from Telangana state. So why I am emphasizing Telangana is I am requesting ICFAI and the FES organization to start some activities. This is a good platform in Telangana. So from where we can take that movement forward for the welfare of the street vendors. So for that QR codes, we need to have lot number of trainings to be done to the vendors. We need to plan trainings, and trainings के लिए वो earlier panelists were saying that 1 day or 2 days के लिए, if you call them, they lose the livelihood. So there may be some WhatsApp videos, so some short videos, something which can be posted through WhatsApp groups or WhatsApp. उनके message में गए तो he can see it and he can train himself. Like ये करे तो अच्छा है, वो करे तो अच्छा है. So these short videos I am expecting from some biggest partners who can develop them and give it to us so that we can push it through WhatsApp groups to the vendors. And another e-commerce platform was Swiggy and Zomato. So in Telangana, there are around 5,000 vendors being registered on Swiggy and Zomato platform. They are doing business on this Swiggy and Zomato platform. You can have in that app, you can find street vendors also on that platform. So I have limited time, so I cannot go beyond this place. So way forward, coming to my conclusion in way forward, what I am feeling is all the street vendors to be brought onto the digital platform, because this digital platform में जो भी the transaction, whatever you are doing, it is coming into the banking system, and whenever it is being accounted, the economy में जब भी बढ़ रहा है ना, इसमें क्या होता है, उसका credit score बढ़ता है. So based on your transactions, the credit score will increase. Based on the credit score, the credit worthiness will increase. So अभी 10,000 लोन देने के लिए बैंक का पीछे हटा, इतना UPI का transaction है तो banker will readily come to him and ask him that आपको लोन होना है क्या, 1 लाख दो तो 5 लाख देता हूँ, है कि नहीं? So now you may be receiving some calls, आपको हम 1 लाख लोन देते हैं, 5 लाख लोन देते हैं. So same calls will be received by the vendors. So they will also get higher dose of loans, and also इसमें ना repayment भी, why repayment is high in PM Swanidhi sir, because most of the money is going through UPI into the bank account. So vendor need not come to the bank and save money in the branch में जाके money save करना. It is already there through UPI. So every month transaction हो रहा है, it is not becoming this NPA. So so providing some credit cards also. Think of providing some credit cards to the vendors where he can draw the money without interest. So now if we draw the money, we are being charged interest. So some guidelines should come where credit card में से vendor draw करे तो भी he should not pay, he should not be charged a lot of interest. That 45 days का period देना चाहिए. And think of some smart eating zones. Smart vending, each street जैसा बनना चाहिए, where every vendor will have a smart card, every vendor will have only digital transaction, where every vendor will be trained, so that we can FSSI certifications. So these are some views from me. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Chaitanya, for giving the initiatives of the government of Telangana. The other states can also learn from this best practices. Good to know that PM scheme is working. I don't know what Mr. Amit Shirag will say about this. So we have 1 minute for one question. I think somebody has, yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. I can come here.
On the measurement of the impact, are fairly significant. Fairly significant in the sense that one paper argued that there is something like a 70% reduction in transaction. I remember the transaction costs are very high. In our case, there are at least two papers, two studies that show how the cost of repatriation of money. Again, for all of you students, the poor pay the largest amount of money just in sending money home. All of you must be, writing or messaging your parents once in a while saying, send me 1,000 rupees or send me 5,000 whenever you run out of money. And, you get it immediately in your account without having to pay too much for it. But imagine a street vendor sending money back home to Odisha or back home to Jharkhand. That is very expensive. The same kind of figures that Chaitanya are talking about. That has come down significantly because of simple apps and phones. So the e-wallet, we did a big study in Kenya, this is long ago, and we found that the returns were something like $1 billion of saving for just the informal economy. So it is documented, it is fairly significant.
Yeah, there are some studies, even Kenya also, there are some studies on that. So with this, I thank all the panelists, the three distinguished panelists, and also as a topic, as Mr. Amit Sehak said in the morning, we have to be sensitive. Compared to Reliance street vendors. So next time you go to street vendor, don't bargain. Kadi patta or something. Don't bargain. And like you go to Reliance stores. So I also compliment the Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation of ICFAI and the FES for organizing this important national consultation. Thank you very much.
It is an integral part of our culture to express our kind gestures to those who have made a special effort to make this function a success through their presence. So now we would like to call upon stage
Professor Shauri sir to provide its honors to Professor Amirullah Khan sir, Policy Analyst, Center for Development Policy and Practice.
Now I would like to call upon stage Professor Kaushik, sir, to provide Professor Nimmi Rangaswamy ma'am with the souvenirs.
Now I would like to call Professor Vishal Mishra sir to provide with souvenirs to Professor Manindra Dey sir, Distinguished Professor of Economics at ICFAI Foundation for Higher Education.
Now I would like to call upon stage Professor Radha Mohan sir to provide Dr. M. K. Chaitanya sir, SMC, SUSD, MEPMS, Telangana State with the souvenirs.
Thank you. You are a wonderful audience and we hope that we have been good hosts as well. Once again, thanks to the hard work that all the team members have done. Teachers, students, organizers and even team members to make this possible. And what you witnessed was really their efforts and hard work.
So now we will have a tea break outside, just outside this hall. And please you may proceed to the carnival. The carnival specifies with the word KAR, not the word CAR. Where KAR refers to the karma of the street vendors which they bring by the efforts of their own hand. So please go along to the carnival and enjoy the rest of the flavors and the photos. Thank you so much for being with me.
technological era with a solution to all the problems at the tip of the fingers. Learning a new skill requires no special courses.
You can learn a new skill at your own pace, your own time, at the comfort of your own home because the technology is just at the tip of your hand. But what lacks in this society is the awareness to that technology. People are not aware of how much technology can help them develop their skills and how they can create an awareness for their businesses in the society. That is why we are here to spread that awareness among the street vendors.
Yes, Priyashu, I do remember those cheesy and delicious momos we had that day. One heck of a visit it was.
Yeah, when we went out to the streets of Hyderabad, I met a guy who was selling kulhan momos, and when I asked him, Bhaiya, how did you come to get to this idea of selling momos in a kulhan? So he said, Bhaiya, Instagram के reel पे देखा था तो YouTube से सीख लिया. And that is what skill development and empowerment is all about, learning new skills, and that is how technology is helping us in the modern day life. Now, we would like to show you a video to bring those voices of streets to you.
ऑर्डर्स भी लेते हैं क्या? जैसे अब मत जैसे वो कचौड़ी तीन कचौड़ी ऐसे कस्टमर को मेरे अब मैं जब मेरे पास कचौड़ी खाई आपको कहीं क्यों पसंद नहीं है बेटा मतलब बेंच हो आता आपका दुकान है लोकेशन उस पर ऑर्डर मिले आपको भेजते हो
But then, he was not near the park. He was very much away from the park gate. And he was by the side of a small road and he was selling lemonade. And here, we were trying to ask him, why are you not around the park? So far, and people hardly stand here for functions and being just moving. And he said, I can't go there because the other street vendors don't allow me to come. Majority of these people, they have an Aadhaar card, right? But none of them have availed any of the schemes. Why? Because they're not aware of it. So we need to have certain campaigns where, or early programs where we can teach these people.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Vidhu Mathur sir, Professor at ICFAI University Jaipur, to share the voices from the streets to us. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present voices from when we were doing this survey, what we could hear from the street vendors when we were talking to them. How many of you have heard of a dish called pizza dosa? And most of you would realize that there is nothing like a pizza dosa when we look at authentic South Indian food. How did this dish become so popular? Definitely the answer is through digital media. It is through digital media that one vendor came up with this idea of sprinkling Amul cheese over dosa, and it was rapidly copied by other vendors. So starting from Jaipur to Dehradun to Kolkata to Hyderabad, I'm sure you would hear of stories of people selling pizza dosa, and you would hear of stories people selling something called chingy dosa, right? How did that happen? Definitely, the social media was involved, YouTube was involved. Now, I have another very interesting insight that we came across. There was a fruit and vegetable vendor whose name was Ramesh, and he said that for our business, price discovery is a major skill. The ability to know and predict prices is almost like life and death for us. Now, how are they using technology to discover prices? Is what he mentioned was that his suppliers, the people in the mandi, the wholesalers, they have a WhatsApp group through which they share prices for the day. And those prices which the wholesalers are sharing for the day are tomorrow's retail prices. So a vendor on the street knows what prices will be available for him tomorrow, today, because he is part of that WhatsApp group. Again, the impact of digital media and digital transformation is helping people develop their businesses, taking their businesses to the next level. But then we also find there are certain challenges which people have faced in adopting these digital transformations, as we are calling them. Number one challenge is time. I'm so busy with my work that I don't have the time to learn new skills. What is coming automatically, what I am gradually imbibing is okay, but I don't have the time to invest in learning new skills. I can't leave my business. My business is face-to-face. Doesn't help me if I take my business digital. Then I end up competing with the Amazons and the Reliance of the world that we had seen in the previous session. Can there be a digital solution? Can I learn some skill which will make my business location independent? Right now, the success of my business is because I am at a prominent location. Can I have some digital skill? Can I learn some app which will make my business location independent? And lastly, the point that I want to share with you all is most street vendors are poor at financial planning. As MBA students, you learn this skill of how savings are converted into investments and how those investments generate returns. But this is a skill that is not very common. Most street vendors don't know how to convert their savings into investments. So can there be a tool? Can you teach them? Can you give a solution which will help these street vendors understand the importance of how savings can be converted into investments? Thank you.
In the absence of info, we tend to leap to the worst scenario. So we thought this session
would help us all achieve clarity on what is known versus speculation or even exaggeration.
This is an important topic that is affecting many of our businesses. So we are honored to create this panel to share what we know about the street vendors, answer the questions we have about the skill development and empowerment. Now we call upon Professor G.V. Muralidharan Sir, Director, ICFAI Business School, Bangalore, will guide us through this process as a professional panel moderator.
We also have our esteemed panel members, Mr. Kumar Anubhav, founder, Northern Maps,
Mr. Kazim Rizvi, public policy entrepreneur and founder, The Dialogue.
Ms. Dipali Bishdahia from Digital Dish. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to Professor G.V. Muralidharan Sir, our moderator for this event. Sir, please take it forward.
Good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the distinguished members of the panel. So we have an interesting topic to discuss. This is on use of digital technologies for skill development and empowerment. I thank Professor Vidhu Mathur for giving a brief and very focused introduction to the topic, and he has pointed out quite a few relevant areas where we could discuss. But we have lunch break is at 1:45, so we cannot postpone that. So that is fixed. So we have totally 45 minutes. And I also want to keep around 10 minutes for students to ask questions. Okay, so listen to the panel discussion carefully and note down your questions. And there is a surprise prize for the best question. Right? So the organizers please arrange a prize. So the best question, but person who asks the best question will get a prize. Okay. So listen to the panel discussion carefully and note down your questions. We'll have at least 10 minutes for questions. So I want all of you to participate and ask questions. Okay. So that leaves us 35 minutes. So each of you will have approximately 10 minutes. But what we will do is we have 5 threads of discussion. Okay. To cover this particular topic. So I'll go thread by thread. So each of you may have around 2-3 minutes so that we'll be able to cover all the important threads that we have. So we'll start with what are the skills that we think are needed to be enhanced in state governments based on what we have been hearing. So
how does better quality leads to better service leads to
better so-called, their livelihood opportunities, also better sales. So definition of quality is very important. So who's to define that quality definition? It's not so much, very much fluid state. So that is also defining the quality and then finally training them on the quality part. The second is the hygiene part, very, very important. You find that in a particular area, if there are, let's say, 50 vendors sitting there, one or two of them are, really possibly sought after. Many people actually go and try to purchase from that particular person. What are the reasons that this guy is successful, more successful compared to the other ones? Finding out those reasons and trying to replicate them to others, that's something which is very much required by the industry. Now, who will do that? We'll come to that later on in the separate discussion. So this is the second part, that is the hygiene part. And the third part, which all of us have been talking about, making them feeling pride in what they have. So that is something which, but there has to be a reason. You talked about right now that, okay, best person will get some pride. Now there's an incentive, there is some mechanism. So you're talking about making them sensitive, feeling pride, but why will they feel? After all, they're all humans, and all those characters will definitely come. Can we create a design system which actually helps them feel there is an incentive or some merit in making me feel pride? Because society doesn't give them so much of pride. All of us know about it. How do we treat them? So these are the three key things I leave others to actually talk about.
This is Dipali. So first of all, I want to clear one thing. My experience doesn't come from reading papers and studying this topic, but comes from the hands-on experience. So whatever I say, it might be very direct, but that's what it is. So first, for digital transformation, the change won't start from here. Only the light will be here. Only the planning will be from here. If you want to really digital transform the street vendors, the change has to come from the streets, for the street vendors. That is the first point. Talking about the skills, let's start from basic. Do you know, when you talk to street vendors, there are still a lot of street vendors who doesn't even know how to operate a mobile phone? So let's start with that. How about developing a skill to teach them the basic things, they can do on a mobile phone? They can definitely buy a mobile phone. They can watch videos. They are on the Facebook, but they don't have any of the apps which can help them. Second, there are people, I agree, who are on Instagram now because they see a trend and they learn it. But there are people who have no idea, and they think it's a wastage of time, even when it benefits them. So people who doesn't know how to create content, to teach them the content creating skills, and people who know the content already, they can maybe advance training. And all this will come from awareness. It will come when you go, the generation now who is like a pro, will go on the streets and help them. They're not going to come to you. They're not going to come to the conferences like these. If you want to help them, and if you want to help them, just make them better with the skills and empowering them, you have to be on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. So I think 4 skills is what I understand are required in terms of helping street vendors adopt digital goods. And I think at the end of the day, the idea is that it should help them grow their business and reach out to a larger market. Right? And these are the 2 things which businesses. So I think the first of all is around digital skills, like basic digital skills of using payment platforms and using e-commerce platforms if required. A lot of them are dealing with a lot of transactions. So how can they go or download apps which can help them account better, or which can help them budget better? So there's a need to sort of train the vendors in terms of using the mobile phone, but not just using it, but actually understanding which apps can help them in terms of improving their back-end systems, improving their accounting, improving their possibly even marketing. So I think we sort of heard the Instagram story before. So what are the opportunities on Instagram? What are the opportunities which emerging online marketplaces are providing to them so that they can reach out to a wider audience? would you like to be interested in it? So there are a lot of small grassroots case studies, but then I think there's a lot of awareness which is required to help them understand that, look, how can you really monetize your business through a mobile phone? So that comes under the larger bucket of digital literacy, which includes marketing, accounting, budgeting, operations, etc. The second is, I think, around financial literacy, which is, of course, I think here the main part is around making sure that the payments are going through and they're able to make and they're able to get the income and the money required for them to do the business. Cash is a faster, easier process. Of course, there's only one touch point. You give cash and it's done. But if you're doing a Paytm or a phone pay or a UPI, there are a few touch points. Your internet has to be working, connectivity has to be good. The other person's internet has to be working. So I think that's one. Access is one, connectivity is another. Then it's also important to make sure that there is linkage between the account and the application. Many times there are mismatches which happen, which is of course part of the larger challenges we see in the digital ecosystem, which we can discuss later. So within payments, there are 4-5 key touch points from the time you transfer money and the other person receives it, and then he receives it in his digital wallet, but it doesn't go to his account. It will take some more time for his money to go to his account. So he needs to be aware of keeping extra money for other purchases, so that when the income comes, he is able to offset that. So that kind of literacy is also required, and also in terms of grievance, right? If something fails, then who does he go to? How does he go to the application? How does he if a UPI system is not working or money gets stuck, what is the grievance he has, right? I think that's something which it's not just his job also, because it's also job of the app provider and the backend infrastructure many times. So there have to be linkages which have to be drawn. So while skill is important, I think it's also important to understand that the infrastructure and enabling infrastructure is also equally important to enable them to use digital applications.
Yeah, I was thinking on this topic. So two things came to my mind. One is about how we can help them do better merchandising. And second is in terms of branding, right? So do you think these two are important skills through which they can enhance their business?
We are talking about street vendors. First, we have to make them understand what is branding. So the first point is knowledge.
You may not teach them what is branding, but how do you brand? You are trying to sell something unique.
So exactly how you
customers want, right? How do you project yourself in the market so that customers come to you?
How do you
They search and come to you.
Same way, how do you teach a newborn with a born baby and baby? Introduction to the alphabets. They don't. So enhance to बाद में करेगा ना? They can definitely enhance it. Packaging, definitely. But see, we are talking about skills and empowering. Everything can empower them. Let's not run from the subject. The subject is how to get them to the point where they can empower themselves. First comes that point. We are so busy and looking the big picture that we forget the basics. I have interviewed a lot of street vendors where they say कि जैसा चल रहा है चल रहा है. They're so comfortable in their own zone. They don't want these digitized payment gateways. They don't want that. Cash is good to them. So we are always looking for the bigger picture, but the base, everything starts at basic. We have to empower them by giving the knowledge that it is for their betterment we are doing that. The packaging and all, it will come to them once they have the mobile phone. Once they know that, okay, this is an opportunity. This is not just the cell phone. This is the opportunity in my hand. And then comes everything.
I think regarding the typically question of branding, we worked pretty recently. We are working with some of the food street vendors in 3 cities in Rajasthan, in Udaipur, Jaipur, and Jaisalmer. We're not working absolutely in the town, so we're sitting a little bit far from the town. And branding definitely helps. It will help. And typically, like you look at Booking.com, you've got so many hotels. They've got ratings, reviews, everything, and you do go that okay, this hotel is better. nearby shop, you know that यहाँ का पनीर अच्छा मिलता है या वो बंदा सब्जी अच्छा देता है, खराब होता है तो he says that okay, don't take this one, I'll give you better one, you know. So that way branding, but brand, that's a different question, but then definitely it helps. But as she mentioned very rightly, they need to understand. Some of them definitely understand to the core of it, and they're actually capitalizing on that. That's what I was talking in the beginning, that they need to know that what are the reasons why a particular vendor is very successful compared to others. They're all spending the same money. And we've seen, my neighborhood, I've seen a guy who's selling just vegetable almost 5-7 years back, and today he's opened a big shop now. From there on, because his style, his customer service, another very important factor, you know. So those factors needs to be studied. And then later on, slowly and gradually, this branding, that the meaning of it, how can you brand? Sometimes without having, the guy will be branded just by his name. You know, we are working on something called where every farmer is a brand that way. Why do we have a product sold by a company? You know, a farmer can be a brand. There's so many dudwala, so many rajma bechne wale. You know, we can create that as a brand. But that comes only when they're empowered to understand and then telling, okay, there are 3 things you start doing. Somebody has to come forward and take that risk. That why will they take that extra effort? You know, somebody has to come forward and tell, okay, ye kaam karo, fir tumko ye milega. Like even UNESCO does, like every training they conduct, they pay 300 rupees as participation fee. You know, otherwise, what incentive? We talked in the morning also. Why will they come for a special training? They have no incentive to come for. You know, only handful. Even like so, I think branding के साथ में ये भी बहुत जरूरी है कि the incentivization for why they will come and accept the training.
Like, you know, we visited vendor in Bangalore, one of the busy areas. So one lady was selling sprouts, and she said she gets phone calls and she arranges delivery to homes. Because customers, they know her phone number, and she is known for the sprouts all through the season, all through the year. She provides these sprouts. So if you need sprouts, you know where to go, right? So the next step is, what should be the design of the skills development and empowerment program, knowing all the limitations that we have. Many of them may not be literate, many of them may not have great education, right? They have got into the business right from childhood, maybe as a compulsion. And plus the paucity of time. So taking into account all these things, what should be the design of the skill development, and which will result in empowerment also. So we can start from you.
So I think any course which caters to skill development online, I think we should start from how you can improve service delivery. Basically, how can you get to a larger market? Where do you start? Do you go to a platform? Do you sort of do it directly to a customer? Do you land certain customers? And then digital is just a medium to reach out to customers. I think one is any businessman, any vendor wants to enhance its market, enhance its sort of people who are buying his products. I think number one, service delivery and efficient service delivery. Number two, of course, marketing, which includes branding, merchandising. You have to cater to an audience. You have to make sure that your product stands out. But over here, there are 2 things. I think one is what you were speaking about, that a lot of the times the individual is self as a brand, which is true because he or she may be selling great products and he doesn't need a digital medium to be able to be known in the market that, look, if you go to this place, people will anyway buy it. So one is the quality of product, which of course is necessary for any vendor. But if you are using an online marketplace, then how are you differentiating yourself from others? What is your value of the product? If you have a logo, do you have a title? Do you have a way of putting pictures and all those things? Now that is a different sort of a sales set. On online marketing, digital marketing, it needn't be required to a very large extent, but at some level, it would help them in building a base on an online marketplace. Maybe a media or somebody can pick it up, and then they become famous, and then suddenly their orders increase by 5 times. These things can happen, but it requires sustained efforts as part of any curriculum which is designed. I think 2 more things. One is on communication. So effective communications and effective information about products, right? So a lot of the times, if he's selling it online and she's selling it online, there's a marketplace through that, or it could be through a WhatsApp or whatever. Then effectively communicating to the audience. So how do you map your audience? Can a vendor on a road map his or her audience and understand, okay, these are the kind of people who are coming, buying from me, and etc. So are they do it now. I have not come across as vendors who are doing it, but can they be taught to understand the value of data and then market their products accordingly? This can seriously transform their outreach and the way they can sort of sell their products.
We are focusing on what should be the design. For example, you want to conduct face-to-face programs. For example, you want to go and teach them at their spot, or you want to prepare videos and circulate them. I'm just telling two ideas. So there could be several ways to which you can do it. Maybe you have a voice kind of message you give to them, snippets you give. It could be various things. So what do you think would be the appropriate design that will be effective for these people, given all those conditions that we saw?
Definitely face to face. I can say it because the moment I went to a shopkeeper and he thought I've come to sell him something. And he was like, no, I don't want. I said, I'm just going to talk. And he said, no, I don't want. I said, I'm not going to sell you anything. But the moment he started talking, there was so much he wanted to say. I couldn't shut him up. There's so much. So first, it cannot. He will only trust you if he sees you. He will not trust you if you are on the phone, because you have to understand from where he's coming from. He will not understand. He will get inspired by you by watching a video of you, but he will not understand you. He will not understand that whatever we are saying, whatever we are trying to help him. That will only come if you see him, if you meet him, if you talk to him face to face.
This is a very interesting question, I would say, rather the crux of the entire discussion, that how do we train them? What design should we have which leads to success, And thankfully, we were working in the pandemic extensively on training part only. It was not related only to the street vendors, primarily in the informal sector we've been working. And some of the key highlights which we realized how we experimented and trained, they were, first of all, we need to understand what is the definition of training. We all are here, let's say students are here. It takes 3 years, 2 years to complete a course, When you're trying to teach anybody, generally, in general, even in the government schemes, when the training is conducted, project comes, I have to conduct a training. Training is for 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, Project gets over, done. Next project comes, next training. The design is failed. It will have its result, but a very slow result. Now, what is required that it takes time to learn something. We're trying to bring a psychological transformation in the mind of those vendors. Now, that's not possible just by 1 meeting or 2 meetings. So the design has to be something which is repeated. That's the point I'm trying to highlight. That it has to be repeated. But now, how will that repetition happen? Who will actually go there? So for that, I think the most important thing is that training has to be, if you're talking about at-scale training, it has to be physical in nature. We do need to create digital content, definitely that will, but physical, as Diwali also mentioned, we need to have the physical, but for that, you need to create first the digital content created in regional languages, and then finally meeting physically. Now comes that who will meet physically? We actually did it in some of the villages, and when we were going, or somebody else who was influential in the village, they were going to talk, there's always a kind of they respect, so they listen. So you don't listen because of respect. Listen because you feel the need of it. And therefore, the model should be, first of all, identify some of the real youths or maybe people who are charged in their domain only. Train those folks first. Train those first. Bring them in a in-house session of 5 days, 10 days, choose 5, 6 people, and train them really well. These people will actually go and train those people because they have a really larger ROI is very high when these people actually go and train. So creation of a digital content in regional languages. Secondly, having these people who are from their community only, they going and training. And third, most important thing is required is that the exposure. They also, now people might say, what sort of exposure will take? You talked about the sprouts, right? So I visited this Udaipur in Fatisagar Lake outside, and as you said that lady sells sprouts. This fellow was keeping around 10 to 12 types of sprouts, something which I had never seen also. And very nicely, small, this much table only, and then small pocket he stays only. So somebody who's selling a sprout can be actually taken to these fellows, that how neat and clean they are keeping, and they are trying to kind of value add, not just for value education, but for many other things. The exposure visit of these people, taking one to their community only, that is something which will actually help. And then the most important thing is that how do we incentivize? So training followed by measurement, very, very important. And that measurement is not something one-time measurement. Like, for example, placement to get done, not like that. It has to have a repetitive measurement. When we train them, measure it again after 3 months, measure it again after 3 months, measure it again after 3 months. Do it for the next 2 years. At least 2 years to do it. If you do it 2 years and there is some incentivization, some mechanism in design which forces them, like beautiful that okay, if you have got so many transactions digitally, you get 100 rupees what you said in Telangana. Awesome. I mean something which actually forces directly rather than just making them sensitized. See, I mean it takes time, it takes a culture, it takes a generation to be humble in nature, to switch off the lights, I mean you can sensitize. You see like seat belts wearing, it came in a click, but don't honk. It doesn't come because there is no kind of penalty on honking. If it was there, it would have automatically. I drive in the night, you find headlights on. In Chandigarh, it is not there. I know there is a fine system, I think, and people actually follow. So some sort of a policy enforcement or some sort of a psychological enforcement which makes them do, that has to be part of the training. Even as a takeaway from our session also. What is that thing? Something like a prize for the question. Something has to be thought through. It's a thinking, but that's that design thinking has to be there. And combining all this together, I think it can definitely lead to a transformative, system for them.
I was also thinking on those lines. I noted down one is a peer-to-peer learning. So that can be very effective. So how do we build in peer-to-peer learning? That's what you mentioned. And creating champions amongst the vendors who can, be change agents, and their acceptance will be much better. And another one is community learning, right? So how do they learn as a part of a community of in their particular location, some particular type of items they are selling, things like that. Maybe and in addition to digital and face-to-face, maybe it has to be a combination. It cannot be just a digital kind of a media. Though we feel that we can reach out to more people through digital. So what should be the role of government in this particular aspect of skill development of students? What government should, what kind of role the government should play in this?
So one very interesting government, like I keep saying that when you're talking about the government, of course they have got their own restrictions, compliance before coming to a rule. We work in the panchayats, so many places. We go to the community and tell them, don't wait for government to make a policy, make your own policy. A panchayat can make a policy, right? They have all the rights. We are working in Pangi regions that you talked about in Chandigarh, we are working there. And we have formed government village rule book, we call it, Every village where we are working, we have formed a rule book. And that is set by involving the teachers of the local school, the panchayat members, the Asha workers, Anganwadi workers, they all come together, and youth and elderly people come together, and in common consensus, we make very small rule, very small rule. One of the rules I tell you, for these street vendors, we talked about the informal sector, what we did that, okay, I'm talking about the waste primarily, So we actually started something called, okay, every quarter we will give a prize, and that prize will be distributed by the deputy administration. So if the DC, deputy commissioner of the place, comes and gives an award, that's a big thing for them. So all that you have to do is go and ask DC to actually do that. So talking about a government policy, I would say that it's fine that okay, government policy can come, whatever they are saying, they can enforce it within their restrictions. But the most important thing I think they can do is they can go and sensitize these panchayat people and let community make their own policy. In the COVID times, Spiti has their own policy. They said we do not want any travel during the COVID times. When Manali and other places were already open, people were coming there. But they framed it and they were very strict about it. And they have their own. Likewise, there are many other communities, many other places where people have made their own policies. So policy enforcement is definitely required. What type of policy will be there? That's something which community can sit together, we can have brainstorming, and then start with the micro step, just one policy. And I think that can be implemented.
The government has been talking a lot about skill development. A lot of initiatives have been taken by the government in terms of skill development. You see many buildings which have, you can see the boards, Skill Development Institute, and of that sort. So, should the government do anything specific to addressing this particular sector in terms of actually providing certain resources, certain people, facilities where these people can enhance their skills, apart from the policies?
Yes, I mean,
on the ground.
You can make out from my face, like I can't wait to answer, like not just a suggestion. To one of the things you said is you need a permanent address for all the government policies, and something you said about the permanent address. That you don't, so if a government is implementing a policy or a scheme, you don't need an office. You don't. You just need a small office. And then what I suggest is you make a lot of camps, movable camps to the streets, to one particular streets at a time, or 3, 4. Hire youngsters, teach them, and teach them about, so that they can teach the street vendors about the policy. They can go to them, they won't come to you. Again, because they are daily wages, so one time coming, that means a loss of one day. That won't happen. And second is, they don't have trust in government. Very few people have trust in governments, and very few don't. So they don't have that trust. So to build that, reach out to them instead you reaching out to them, let you take the one step forward and send them with someone who can help with their application. Because scheme hai, then what? They need to fill thousands of documents, and how many documents are involved in just submitting one application. So help them with the application, and maybe then, and one person, if they don't have the account and they need an account, right, for the loan, maybe send one bank person. You just need 3 people, 3 youngsters, and just let them go to the street vendors.
So I think a few things. One is on the training part, of course, ITIs. What can the ITIs do to help street vendors, train them in basic 6-month programs or 8 months program, or just the basics of digitization and the advantages of digitization? I think that's something which the government can do, and they can create these courses specifically for different type of vendors, and I think that could also help them in upskilling themselves and then using the platforms for their advantage. I think that's one thing. I think the second thing is around, not being exclusionary in their policies. A lot of the time that we've seen, and this is like if you're not digital, then you're not included in the ecosystem. I think that's something which we have to be a little careful of. You have to allow alternatives. Cash as an alternative should be there, but you should incentivize digital payments or digital ecosystems, which is great. But the policy should not be exclusionary, that tomorrow we should not see a situation where if you don't have an online bank account or you don't have an online payments app, you're outside the economy. Right? That's something which we don't want. So we have to be very careful in not excluding them from the policy making process. So the policies have to be inclusive whenever we do whatever we do in terms of bringing more vendors online or bringing more businesses online as we grow the economy. I think another point is around safeguarding security and privacy and data in general, and safeguarding their basically online trust. How do you enhance online trust? I think that's something which is also crucial. From a policy regulatory point of view, how do you safeguard them? How do you safeguard their interest? If something fails, if there's a hack in one of the digital wallets, what is the repos they have? Like, what can the law enforcement do to help them? So I think that's something which is also required. And also, I think the fourth point is training them to use marketplaces, training them to use centralized as well as decentralized marketplaces, especially the ONDC, which is now coming up as a decentralized e-commerce marketplace, has huge potential for the vendors to operate and use it. So how do you train them to use these marketplaces, which can help them increase the sort of overall earnings and reach out to a larger number of people?
One of the things that come to my mind is, you have a lot of construction workers who work on these projects at different locations. Someone is constructing a house, construction workers temporarily stay in that location for 6 months, 12 months, then they move on to other locations, similarly with projects. And their children, typically they don't go to schools. So some of the NGOs, have set up mobile schools. They go in a van, So they teach them because they are not going to come to the school, so they are there. So you go to them, and so they provide those kind of schooling, basic schooling to them at the place and at their convenience. So and that's also one of the things, maybe one of the media that we can use in terms of providing the right kind of skills to them. And another thing what you mentioned is about sending them to a 6 months program, etc. That could be targeted to maybe the children of the street vendors who may be interested. It could be, it may not be a full-time program. It could be 1 hour, 2 hours per day, and they have time to go and learn a few skills. Maybe that could be more useful for children of these street vendors who don't go to formal schooling. But many of them, when we interacted, we found that many of them are going for formal schooling and they are being educated. Many of them.
One of the things I wanted to highlight that while we're talking about training of the street vendors, generally what happens that we miss in the value chain, there are so many other stakeholders that are interacting. One of the questions came up, not questions, but observation that the suppliers from whom they procure, they don't accept the cash payment. So as part of when we're thinking about what sort of training is required for the digital vendors, these street vendors, we should actually look at the value chain and what other stakeholders engage in the system. And there should be some mechanism, something, actually some sort of training even thought for them. Otherwise, you're just trying to pick one and then train them, but others are not touched. They should also be touched. It can be a housekeeper, it can be a street cleaner who comes in the morning and they're also part of the place. Because that's the place where they actually sit. So they should also be taken into consideration while the focus is on them. So, and in that, one biggest layer is the consumer. So there should be some kind of a training even for the consumer. And again, it has to be incentivized or some way, some mechanism which can be done. Like so many students, everybody is sitting here. Why can't we have a system where we have something called adopt the village, adopt something, you adopt the street vendor, we just talk to that street vendor, that also helps them. Just talk to them when they are comfortable. And when you're talking, possibly teaching them on something, taking how to take pictures, how to post, blah, blah. Adopt the street vendor. But why will the students, they have to sit in the placement, they will study programming and whatever, Maybe that can be part of the course, okay, you will be evaluated. That will also be considered as the success of that will be evaluated in your so-called evaluation criteria at the end of the year or the semester. That completes the circuit. They will be forced, and of course, based on the performance. So the design is so nicely tight that they will have to do that. Imagine, like in a country, so many colleges. If every college starts talking, oh man, it's going to be changed. And the centralized content created, and that. So that kind of adopt a vendor, something like that can be actually thought through.
So one of the thoughts that come to my mind is you could also utilize the children of these street vendors who are actually digital natives, right? That the elderly people who may not have exposure, like us, we didn't have exposure in our schools and colleges in our childhood. Whereas the kids, they have a good exposure. They know how to create YouTube videos and things like that. So through them, they can learn a lot of things. So that could be one of the ways to approach these people in terms of.
Just to complete this one, that in IIM Ahmedabad, they have got this MIND program in which they are actually doing with the not the street vendors, but primarily the people in the informal sector, and they work with the kids primarily. So something of that definitely, I'm sure kids can help. Yeah.
Okay. So the next step is, what is the role of Indian citizens in this when you are empowering them through this skill enhancement? Yeah.
I think the Indian citizen, at least we can do is what we are doing, what you have done, what the IBS has done. It's just a starting. And what Digital Desh does, it's just a starting. But it hurts me so much because I know the story, I talk to them, but I can't help them. And I really want to. So I think if every citizen, just decide, just go out there, and there is one street vendor who's favorite to you, it can be a pani puri wala. Start small. Start just empowering him, the one you really like. I think it will make a huge difference because then he will empower his friend, and if we all empower one street vendor, imagine what we can do, the change we can bring.
I think depends on what role the citizen is playing. So I think as a consumer, definitely, if you have two options, you can either order online from a
Swiggy or a Zomato, or you can online order it from a vendor who's selling the same thing, let's say selling street food or tea, for example. So I think empowering vendors, empowering smaller businesses who may not be on the bigger marketplaces, I think giving them the opportunity, because anyway, if you're on a bigger marketplace, then it's far easier for you to get orders. That's number one. Number two, I think is generally also just giving them basic training of internet, of using mobile phone, understanding what can be done in terms of different applications. I think we saw during the COVID times a lot of the people, the Kirana store people and all these guys, they were calling and taking orders, and they were sort of WhatsApping and taking orders. So empowering your local, vendors, your local Kirana stores, your local street food, your local clothes merchants, and etc., whoever they are, helping them go online and taking orders from them and regularly interacting with them, rather than going to big stores or big malls or big marketplaces.
Then also involve citizens in terms of their training or
Absolutely, I think it's very much required and can be done also. One thing as any citizen, we take care of things which is ours. That's human. It's not about citizen, it's about that's human. And so while working in the villages, we realized, we asked people, okay, when you, every morning you clean your house. That's your place, right? You've got 3 rooms, 4 rooms, whatever. And after cleaning, you actually try to throw it out at some place. In the cities, people generally clean their house. Somebody comes, or maybe you do it yourself, and put it in the dustbin. When you go to the villages, most of the villages, people clean in front of their house also. That's nature, right? I mean, गांव से ऐसा करते हैं देखा ही होगा वहाँ पर भी हरियाणा में बहुत अच्छे से I've got some case studies from there. People they clean nearby area, right? What we did in villages, that is like implemented in 18 panchayats, basically initially we also we told, okay, you have your house, you have something, so 50 meters left, 50 meters right is also your place. You try to beautify it. And if you beautify it, the best one will be getting a prize. Either into plants or flowers or whatever, that's your area. You can't construct anything, but that belongs to you. So the entire village is divided into the families. And okay, so every portion belongs to someone for sure. Because it's not taken care because it is not mine. So the case here also. It is not mine. I have my shop, I'm running, street vendor sitting, it's not mine. So why should I give it up, Being sensitive is very much important. But how do we become? Everybody cannot be sensitive. All those adjectives in the dictionary are found among us only. So you can't expect. But those who are sensitive, once you are sensitive, you can do all those things which we are talking about. But creating a mechanism which forces you to become sensitive, if 2 or 3 people are sensitive, maybe they actually in turn go and try to empower others. Maybe even in a class, 1 or 2 students who are socially very active, or maybe socially concerned mindset they carry. The influence, the power of influence is definitely there. So that training for the consumer, that okay, you need to behave like this and that. On top of that, some degree of incentivization, okay. That around your shop, if there are street vendors, you need to do that. Municipality can actually come and take some sort of decision like that. I think as a citizen, our responsibility is to be sensitive, and then that will take care of a lot of other stuff.
So the next most important threat you want to discuss is how do you motivate them to update their skills, enhance their skills? How do you motivate them and create the need for them to use whatever opportunities may be available? So how do you motivate these people to realize that yes, there is a need to enhance their skills, and we should utilize whatever opportunities are provided, and also they have to make their own efforts also.
So I think 3 things for any business is one, increasing profit, right? So if there are clear benefits of going online, then they would definitely want to be trained to use digital tools to, serve a greater market. So I think it has to be very clear at the side that look, there is a market available. So the incentive, number 1 is profit maximization, that you can reach to a wider audience. These are the ways you can do it. But to use a marketplace, to use an online app, to use an Instagram or whatever, or WhatsApp, you first have to be trained to be able to use it. Like, how do you make sure that the entire supply and demand which is taking place, you are able to manage that through an online media, and you're able to operate the business through an online media. So I think number 1, of course, is clear understanding of there is greater incentive in terms of profit, Number two, I think, is the convenience factor. I think here, even now, I think cash is faster and easier and more convenient because it's immediate. You know the money is with you and you know it's there. But if there is a way for them to understand, look, digital wallets are more secure, they are safer. You know, cash, somebody can come and just sort of loot you as well. It can be, somebody can steal it as well. So, but again, online mediums are also hacked. So I think they need to understand, okay, what are the advantages of keeping the money in the bank account, going into the financial inclusion space, what is the advantages of being in the financial inclusion, digital inclusion space. So I think that's something which also helps. And then it can help their credit worthiness and other things as well. I think this was discussed previously as well in the panel. So I think that's again a factor. Convenience is key. And to be able to use and to be able to sort of make faster payments online. You can pretty much, make payment online for somebody who's sitting far away, and then delivery can be done. So I think that, in my opinion, is something which would help them convenience and profit maximization.
I have only two steps. So one is to make them aware of all the steps he just said. Till the time they are not aware, they won't know what are they missing in. Second, to help them. They really want to. Who doesn't want to outgrow their business? Everyone wants to. Everyone wants to make profit, but they can't because they are not aware. They need a push. All the street vendors right now needs a push.
You're very right, and it actually how to motivate them comes from looking within. How do we motivate ourselves? Now, what motivates anybody to do any damn thing? Primarily, there are two factors, either internal or external. Internal is like self-driven, so only few people will be self-driven. And even within those street vendors, those who are self-driven, they are already doing wonders. They're doing it right. But those who are not, for them, there has to be an external factor. Now, what are the externalities which can actually affect? I think seeing is believing for them. They need to see to believe it. And for that, they need to actually show these success results. Pick up some of the success results, show it to them that, okay, hey, look, this particular family or this particular street vendor has been successful by doing these things. Take them, that exposure visit, Exposure visit without compromising on the value or the money this person is making on a daily basis. That also is taken care of. But that success result will actually, he will see or she will see and then finally come to terms. And also the failure result. Look at this fellow, he is doing these three problems. Can you observe it? Yes, I can, I cannot. And if they cannot, you have to show it in a manner that they actually see it. And then show that the result, what is coming out. So seeing is believing for them. You need to show them the success results in this one without compromising on their daily, whatever money they are actually making it. And then whatever co-panelists actually talked about, they have to be taken into consideration for sure.
Okay, we have time for a few questions. So the students, can the volunteers pass on the mic? The volunteers? Or you have to shout? Yeah. You have to ask questions compulsory. You already announced. Yeah. You have to either shout. Yeah, please pass on the mic last. Yeah. Yeah. You'll get your turn. Stand up. Tell your name.
Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Prakash Joshi, and firstly and foremostly, like challenges which you identified, which I was listening about, one was that there should be incentivization. So there is already incentivization in PM Swaleni, which is 1,200 rupees. Secondly, talking about government initiative, which is actually practically being done. I have seen that process also, and I have been involved in that because government is providing 10,000 rupees to. I want to ask you that when you talk about the process of aiding them due to like literacy, making them literate, what would be the cost acquisition of a government or a person? Because one has to spend resources. Government is already doing that. It is the same cycle or loop which ma'am said you always follow upon. Like there is already a process which is going on either by government or personal people like that. And then we do the same thing. Like there are already camps which are doing this thing, making awareness about them. There are already people which Sir talked about ITI. That was already Sir Jayanti Rozgar Yojana in MP government, which was already going on for these people. So what is the new thing which you want to do and what would be the cost acquisition about it?
So to answer the question, you see, it's not like one-pronged approach that okay, only government will do. We talked about this aspect that as a citizen, we also have to be sensitive. There's a lot of civil societies also, they are working with their own mission. So many organizations have been established with the core objective of doing XYZ. So the role of those organizations has been proven valid globally. So government will continue to do its stuff, which is already happening. Some places beautifully implemented, some places its own challenges. But as a citizen, as an organization, they also have the responsibility to actually implement stuff. So I think that is one. And the first part which you said, the kind of incentivization. Incentive doesn't mean giving money only. Incentivization can be of any form. I talked about that giving the prize. Deputy Commissioner of a place coming and handing over a prize, that's giving them pride. One of the villagers, actually, this guy was selling, in Chandigarh, he was selling Maggie. This guy has been brought and then finally we did something. This guy has been elected as the Mukhya of his village. He is invited by the Deputy Commissioner to speak on 15th August. Now that's a prize for him. That's also incentivization. Looking at him, so many other families also start come forward. So multiple types of incentivization can be done. And then secondly, everybody has a role. And that cannot be denied.
My name is Jay. So as far as the food business is concerned, one thing that bothers people big time is about hygiene. So
Please be brief.
Yeah. So that obviously means that he doesn't follow hygiene in his place of work and his home also. So do you think there are solutions that are big enough to make a change in his place of work as well as his lifestyle? Okay, that's what changes how he acts in his place of work. So do you think there are solutions that are big enough?
Okay, so to ensure that, I think we can do two things. I will start with the strict one. We can impose strict penalties. First is that. Second, like I said, how do we make them aware of all the things we need to basic? You need to educate them. You need to tell them the hygiene factors. And definitely if we impose the penalty or something, that can really help. Because जब तक डंडा नहीं होता, we don't learn.
Hello everyone, I am Arshad. My question is, what is the role does a business school have to play in transformation of these vendors? Because government alone can't transform the future of this country. Because and consultation on this topic alone will not benefit these vendors if there is no action-driven approach. So what's your take on that?
What you guys did in Jaipur, that was the first step. The second step is to do something about it, to give them solutions as well. It's very simple.
They are powerhouse of the human resource, right? That's the place from where the people are going to the companies and they are taking policies, they are taking bigger decisions. So this is the only institution which is rich in the human resource and that also talented pool. Now, while the academics is oriented towards theory, which is definitely required, why can't we have the practicality as part of the course itself? That you have to execute, find out the results, good, bad, that's a different thing. And let it be part of. So connecting, I was talking yesterday on the table, that connecting society, academia, and the corporate together, then only it can happen. So business schools have got the, I think they sit on the pinnacle of this one. They are the ones who are the joining hands primarily. It's just about taking a step down in changing the course curriculum or maybe adding something which can be done. And maybe it can start from here.
I have a suggestion to the students of the business school. Each of you can identify one street vendor and you see whether you can enhance the skills, contribute to enhancement of the skills of that particular street vendor in whatever way is useful to them, depending on the kind of items they are selling, where they are selling, how you can contribute in terms of enhancing their business, making it more effective, get more money, use the money more effectively, improve efficiency, reach out more people. So whatever you can help them to achieve that, how you can enhance their skills. If each of you take one vendor and then come back and share with your friends in your class or in a forum like this, what have you contributed? Maybe that is one of the ways. We have how many thousand students here? Any count? Any of you? 6,000 students or 6,000 street vendors you can reach through IFFG.
Make it as a case study. See what works, what doesn't work, and whatever is working, implement it, and share it with all of us so that we can share it with other people. Do that.
Yeah, last one. Yeah. Yes. But you won't get a prize. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kumar Krishna from Indian Space Association. I'm not asking a question because I won't win a prize, but I'm making a submission. And that is that, many times when we study a subject, we take a piecemeal approach. My request is, you are a fantastic institution here and you've got your branches spread all over. Take it as a life cycle approach. Once you do the classification of what are the vendors, some are temporary, some are static, all those kind of aspects will come into it. Take the say top 3, top 4 say categories, and thereafter break it down into a full process, and then do it as a make your teams around somebody is doing creating content, have your own competitions and all that, and solve a problem. So it will be one of the greatest contributions to bringing say improving the lives of the street vendors that we're talking about. And it can be done as a long-term process. Stage 1, you will break it down into various stages. Stage 1 will address this. Stage 2 will do this. And I mean, some of the best management minds are from here. So who better can explain this process to you? And so that's my central concept. Thank you. Okay. I think that ends our discussion. It was a very lively and we brought out a lot of very good points. I'm sure all of you found it interesting. Thanks to all of you. Yeah.
One small advice, since now the students are going to adapt the vendors into this digital transformation, one thing to be added is what I feel is social security of the street vendor. So there are some schemes at a very low premiums like 12 rupees an annum or 300 rupees an annum, which is giving them the life security or insurance facility. So if they can be taught some social security measures and also include them when they are adopting a vendor, then that will be very good. What if you can?
Thank you. We have to break for lunch because we'll have to get back by 2:30. Yeah, 2:30 or 2:15. Yeah.
I have a very quick announcement. I would like to, on behalf of ICFAI, I want to welcome Honorable Jagannathan Singh ji here. Jagannathan Singh ji is an ex-cabinet minister from state of Madhya Pradesh and is a sitting MLA of the Madhya Pradesh Legislative Assembly. Thank you very much for joining us today. I will be hearing from him in the later session as well, and he'll continue to be here, so in case you want to interact with him, feel free. Thank you. On to the younger guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words, and it was a really interactive session, sir. We learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Well, it is an integral part of our culture to express our kind gesture to those who have made a special effort to make this function a great success through their presence.
So now, I would like to invite on stage Professor G. Ramesh sir to provide a memento to Ms. Dipali Bishdaya from Digital Days. Sir, can you please come to the stage?
Next, I would like to call Professor Rakesh Sharma to to provide the souvenirs to Mr. Kazim Rizvi, Public Policy Entrepreneur and Founder, the Dialogue.
Next, I'd like to call upon stage Professor Manish Agarwal, sir, to present the souvenir to Mr. Kumar Anubhav, founder Northern Mac.
Next, I would like to call Professor Sanjeev Datta, sir, to provide the souvenirs to Professor G.V. Muralidharan, sir, Director, ICFAI Business School, Bangalore.
Just a correction, I am Muralidharan, not Muralidharan.
Thank you for being the most wonderful audience we have, and we love the support you showed us today in this panel. Now, I'd like to also thank our teachers, the student body, and the organizers, without whom this event could not have been successful.
Professor Wist will announce the prize and award to the first student.
Raise your hand now.
Now, please proceed to the exciting world of the carnival. The carnival not starting with a CAR but a KAR, where the KAR starts with the karma of the street vendors, for which they do the work from their own hand and provide the delicious food and delicacies that you can see in front of the academy's block. You can please move forward to the carnival. Thank you so much for being the lovely audience. Identity governance and technology will inevitably impact every aspect of society, given the nation's quick ascent of the digital maturity curve.
It is crucial to combine digital technologies to improve social inclusion, increase government accountability, bring government and non-government actors together to support long-term sustainable growth and create open, innovative, participatory and trustworthy public sectors.
The visit to Hyderabad city when we went and met the street vendors, it was an extraordinary visit. We talked to a lot of them and asked them about their views upon the government projects and the incentives they have been provided by the government. To our surprise, many of them didn't even know they had such plans for them. They didn't even know about the normal Jan Dhan Yojana, the financial inclusion and identity governance, which is the proper financial inclusion by the government.
Many were not even having a proper vending license to put up their stalls in the area, and they were in constant threat of the police being removed from their designated spots. They were even paying local bodies a weekly payment to have security for their spots. Now, we would like to show a short video to bring the voices of the streets to you.
और जो अर्बन कार्ड से रिलेटेड जो स्कीम्स हैं या फिर कुछ है आपने कुछ अवेल की है अभी तक सरकार ने जो निकाली है अभी कोई आपने ऐसे कहीं आधार न्यूज आया है आपका
आधार कार्ड ऐसे नॉर्मल जो आपका बॉक्स वगैरह में या बैंकिंग में काम आता है वैसे
और आपको वैक्सीनेशन लगा है कोविड का आरोग्य सेतु आपने डाउनलोड करके लगा है कितने वैक्सीन लिया है आपने
और यदि जाते हैं तो पुलिस वाले परेशान करते हैं और किसी दुकान का अंदर आते हैं दुकानदार हमारा नाम से खड़ा होने का तो हमारा जो समस्या है तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमारा कार्ड बन जाए तो जिस वजह से हम जो कार्ड को दिखा के और अपना कारोबार कर लेंगे
मोस्टली लोगों का जैसे भी हमने पूछा उनका कहना ये था कि ये लाइसेंस वगैरह तो बड़े बिजनेसमैन को मिलता है
कार्ड को डरने की जरूरत नहीं है फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रहता है आपको जाना है नगर निगम पे अपना वो कुछ एरिया
आपका देखते हैं, आपको बताना है उनको कि हमारा यहाँ पे इस रोड साइड में जो भी आपका एरिया है, जैसे ICFAI के पास है, तो वहाँ पे आपको अपना एक स्टॉल लगाना है, तो आपको प्रॉपर रिटर्न उदाहरण के मोहर के साथ वो आपको मिलता है सर्टिफिकेट। तो
PM strategy में आपने deliver the letter of recommendation. Recommending to any certificate. वो जैसा फैसला आएगा उसको any certificate मानना पड़ेगा। तुम दे दोगे नहीं तो वही हमारा बिजनेस सर्टिफिकेट।
Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Samyukt Chakraborty, Associate Professor, IBS Kolkata, to share his voice from the streets.
Good afternoon to all those present here. Good afternoon to the FES, to our esteemed CEDT members, to Professor Ved, to our respected professors from IBS Hyderabad, and all my dear students and all the other dignitaries before my section or even after my section, so wherever we will be speaking. This gives me a privilege to represent the voice on the street, and honestly, we need to voice some of the concerns which we don't understand sitting in the cold air conditioned rooms. They are facing a lot of issues, they are facing a lot of problems. Our digital street journey has given us various eye-opening events and various eye-opening experiences. I just put a couple of those experiences in front of you and raise a couple of questions which might be addressed in this session by our respected panel members and moderated by respected Professor Ved. Yeah. So the main question, the first question which comes up in front of us is about digital freedom. We often talk about digital freedom. What is exactly the condition? What is exactly the digital freedom we are talking about? There are different digital portals, various government portals and all these things, but the ground reality is most of these poor vendors, most of these vendors who are even somewhat illiterate, just knowing how to sign or putting the signature, which is as per our government norms, the proof of literacy, that does not give them the right platform to use and get themselves clear about their rights. So these portals may be there, but the awareness is highly questionable. And we find that the smartphones have made penetrations with us, or sometimes with many of the well-to-do vendors, but the lion's share of the vendors still remain with basic feature phones and far away from the light of this sort of digital connectivity. Even if they have a smartphone, the smartphones are not so smart for them. They're only using it with respect to, some sort of taking photographs, some sort of taking calls or messages, at the max using WhatsApp. Most of the times, the experiences which we have seen, they are afraid of sharing any of the documents or uploading any documents online portal. They feel that they might be roped in for some sort of tax regime or some sort of other issues. So there's a fear which distinguishes them, which differentiates them from the mainstream, so-called digitalized segment of India and the remaining portion of undigitalized situation. Last part is digital awareness and digital literacy. Both the things, the ground reality is they're not the same thing. Digital awareness gives them some understanding, but digital literacy is the ease of which, with which they can use that. Identity, if you ask, they have, all of them have Aadhaar cards, but most of the time, how to upload an Aadhaar card or how to upload a photo online, or even if download a virtual Aadhaar or e-Aadhaar, these are far from their understanding platform. So when we went for collecting data with various forums, we received, these are the real pictures, we received various feedbacks from different people. They said there's a discrimination between them because eastern part and even in the northern part, they are migrant populations from our larger states like Bihar, Odisha, or some sort of even from UP. And there, they don't have a local ID. So that creates a lot of hazard for them when they go for a certificate of vending. We often say that yes, portals are there, government policies are there, but what they face is their identity themselves of another state is not often sufficient to give them a certificate of vending in another state. There are some doubts, some clarities, some people, even middlemen, who take advantage of this, their discrimination, and even take advantage of their less knowledgeable selves. We found that there is a frustration and delay in transfer of COV. Wherever the COV is available, that's okay. Wherever the COVs are not even available, there is a huge delay in getting a COV, as high as 18 to 24 months. I met one of the vendors, Rido. Her husband happened to be, smart, street food seller in the COVID time. And after that, she found it literally running between pillar and post to get a digital and as well as a legal right to carry on with this business. Although the local unions, the local vendor leaders, they are very supportive. But official right of transfer of the COV was a big question. As far as the different national policies, even the 2014 Act of Vendor Split, the Vendor Act. After that, when the 2020, when the PM, street vendor Atmanirbhar, that Nidhi Yojana, which is Swanidhi, when introduced, I think half of the people don't have even understanding of the word Swanidhi. And as far as implementation of understanding from different data points, approximately over 1,000 data points, we found less than 7%, between 5 to 7% is who have a COV and have applied for Swanidhi and any benefits from Swanidhi, be it 10,000 and those things. So there is a big question about I have identity, I have things, I have digital format, but the governance and its utilization at the base level, we have to make some questions. I think our eminent panel members will take some light on that. Then, this is the requirement of what we call demisting the digital shadow. There's a mist, there's a cloud around people's mind. When we go and talk about digital, the first thing they show is fear. That means they say that all the data will come in front and might be we will be charged, penalized more than what is actually our rights. People are not aware about the rights. People, even if they have the identity, they don't know what rights they can get or expect from those identities. The question was said, one person said, you are asking me to pay through UPI. Yes, I do accept. But most of the time what happens is, our Aadhaar cards and all those things, we could not use properly for getting a KYC, because when the transaction crosses a particular level for Paytm or any of these things, they have to have a KYC, otherwise the money will not get transferred. So they say that it becomes a burden, because sometimes the money goes there, but I cannot expect it because of the KYC clearance from the bank. And I don't have time to run between pillar and post for getting a KYC. For 10 rupees, 20 rupees mismatch, क्या disturb करना है सर उन लोगों को, पढ़ाई करना है बच्चा. So those are the things which is a concern. So they say that even if there is a vendor in semi-urban Kolkata who is afraid to install Paytm, saying, sir, Paytm के नाम पे अलग-अलग app हो जाता है. The front page is somewhat similar, but I don't know when I'm being victim of phishing. So those, they are not properly digital experts. They don't know the difference between phishing, farming, and all those things. For them, digital is a fear, because some of them have lost money. So we have to concern about those things. So these are some of the questions which I leave for requirement. Yes, as far as identity is concerned, they have it. Let us be very clear, most of them have it. But the thing they don't have is conviction, confidence. Okay? They don't have the power of communication. So those are the things which they lack. They are afraid, sir, when a problem is occurring, when I give a call to the call center, they talk in Hindi or English. I'm talking about some people from the regional eastern side of India. They don't speak other than Bengali. Even the Bengali is not perfect for them. So that's an issue. We have to understand our country is language specific. We don't give solutions language specific. So we have to go above that. So that is something which we need to be careful about. With this, I leave the question. But yes, we covered a lot of grounds. We covered almost 17 to 18 types of vendors. Most of them, we found that the food vendors are well off. They have somewhat more, disposable earning, with which at least they could take the Paytm voice boxes. But most of the people who are into traditional vending of some traditional goods, and especially the female gender, they are literally facing the hit in terms of the identity is also being controlled by their family members, so they don't have the right on their own identity cards, so let alone the government policies and schemes and awareness. So with this question, and for a better hope and better tomorrow with the discussion, I leave the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being the voice for the street vendors. Now, I'd like to see that the absence of info tend to lead to diverse scenarios. So, through this session, we would like to achieve clarity on what is known versus speculation or even exaggeration. This is an important topic, and this is affecting many of our businesses and the street vendors. We want to share what we know about the street vendors and answer the questions about their identity and governance. Now, we would like to call upon the dais Professor Wade, Senior Advisor, ICFAI Group, will guide us through this process as our professional panel moderator.
We also have our esteemed panel members, Honorable Amit Sihal sir, Member of Legislative Assembly, Dangoli, Haryana State.
Mr. Gurunath Gajanan Sawan, State Coordinator, National Association of Street Vendors of India.
Mr. Vivek Trivedi, Social Development Officer, Municipal Corporation, Chandigarh.
Now, I would like to hand over the mic to Professor Wade, our moderator for this event. Sir.
Thank you very much. If it is okay, in the interest of time, I would request each of you to share for about 2 to 3 minutes some perspectives you have on this area. And then we'll dive deeper into issues like the Street Vendors Act 2014, certificate of vending, what are the challenges which street vendors face. So let me begin with Abhijit. Kindly share your views in 2 to 3 minutes. What you generally feel about this issue of identity of the street vendor? What are your thoughts?
Thank you once again for this opportunity. I think so we had an elaborate discussion in the morning and through all the sessions previously as well. We kind of touched upon most of the issues as far as identity or governance is concerned, as I raised my concern during the inaugural session as well. As far as I can speak specifically about my state, the ID cards have not yet been issued. It's a part of the scheme. So yet the vendors are waiting that. So the information I have regarding that is that there is a possibility that they might be given ID cards which might have kind of a QR code embedded in it as well. So as a result, anybody, for example, somebody from the authority, the local municipality or people who are responsible, they can very well cross-check that person is registered and have a kind of ID number as well. Apart from that, a bit of geotagging, but that is not really, we still don't have that kind of clarity about it at the moment, and neither do they have the ID cards as such. So that is a major problem. The problem still persists that in principle we say that we are giving them the security, but the security of location, as one of the panelists earlier and the person who was giving his discourse rightly said, that people, they're not able to, even the shopkeepers, they usually have a dispute with these vendors. Because when you try to, they kind of vending from the same space, same locality, same area. And a lot of time, both the parties kind of come to people like us, kind of complaining about these situations. Since the situation for the vendors becomes worse because a lot of people are from different states. So typically they don't even come into the motor-based area of the local area. So as a result, I believe their own situation is kind of, they are on a weaker ground because politically they are not as important to that particular state or municipality as maybe a local shopkeeper might be. So that has been the case, I believe. And when you don't have that kind of a security and surety, then obviously it is always going to be. So then when we talk about digitization, that is a far-fetched kind of a need for them. First, they require that kind of a, and a classical case, I believe in Chandigarh or maybe in Panchkula, there was a case when they tried to allocate spaces to them. So even the response was very, very bad. They didn't really, hardly any people came forward. A person, one of the classical case was this, was one vendor who did, and then what the government and the department said that you need to pay 1 lakh rupees for this kind of in installments for this vending cards you have been given, apart from the license fee and whatever, and the location which was given to it was so abysmal that whatever clients he used to get earlier, he wasn't even getting those clients. He went to the bank looking for a loan. The bank didn't really entertain him because of the CIBIL score. So as a result, he was caught in the catch-22 situation that I came forward to the government scheme, but now I'm left in a kind of a quandary at the moment that I could even get the basic thing which I was getting earlier, and I have to pay from my pocket to get this where I'm not even getting the business. So this is kind of a whole thing, and the governance issue, I believe, again, as I said earlier in the morning, is requires a sensitive touch from the government. They can't just make policies and expect that you reap dividends on the ground. Maybe in Telangana, as the gentleman was rightly saying, they might have kind of moved ahead on this. But as far as many of the states, I would believe, still there's a big lag in which I will be.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. We are also doing advocacy for better implementation of the Act and even social security schemes. So there are one example I want to share with you. Like Sir earlier said about the link identity. Right? So in 2014, BNC of Mumbai Municipal Corporation done one survey of street vendors, and as per the survey, they identified 1 lakh street vendors. And after when they identify who is eligible, who is not non-eligible on the basis of domicile. So who are migrated, they are automatically removed from that, and only 15,000 street vendors will be eligible that time. Those vendors are waiting for certificate of vending. Second thing, one issue is there is this certificate of vending is really helpful to vendor for vending. So in Delhi last year, most of the street vendors got certificate of vending, but still there are eviction is happening. So what is the point of the certificate of vending? It means last year in Delhi, हमारा नारा था कि वन सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ वेंडिंग भी वन हमें हमारा अधिकार चाहिए, सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ वेंडिंग चाहिए. आज हमारा नारा है कि सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ वेंडिंग को मान्यता, मतलब ये इस जो हो रहा है, मतलब दिस इज हैपनिंग इन ग्राउंड लेवल. So PM Swadesh is a very good scheme, but on the ground level, the implementation level is very pathetic. In Maharashtra, Kolkata, Bengal, in Maharashtra, in Mumbai municipal, Mumbai is a financial city, but there are in 2020 to 2022, July 22, there are only 15,000 applications received by street vendors. And in July, in July 2022, recently in Maharashtra, which is the government and BJP is in power. That time we raised this issue in assembly, and we met some BJP leaders. Why? Because the PM Swanidhi is a centrally sponsored scheme. We explained them the poor implementation of the Pune, not only Mumbai, Pune, Thane, all the cities. Within the 15 days, Maharashtra state government raised the notice to all state municipal corporations to implement this scheme and fulfill the target which is given by central government. In Mumbai, there was 2 lakh and they reached only 15,000 till June 2024. And today, there are 45,000 plus street vendors apply for this scheme. This 2020 to 2022, June 22, there are only 15,000. After the notice, within the 2 months, drastic change in this scheme applicants, like 45,000 plus, and we are also with the help of NASFI also. So we are working on that also. So there is a lack of administration willpower or political willpower. This is happening because of political pressure, not of political willpower. So हमें कहीं पे एक माइंडसेट चेंज करना होगा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का जो म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को अभी भी लग रहा है they are encroachers, they are not participating in informal economy, they don't know about that. So even digitalize, we are thinking about digitalization. Even BMC officers don't know how to apply this scheme and how to apply this LOR form. So how can we accept from street vendors? They are illiterate. So literally yesterday I went to one of the municipal corporation, Vasai Municipal, and I took a training for how to apply for PM Swanidhi loan and how to use your portal. So this is the my
Yes, thank you, sir. In this world, everyone struggles with identity. Everybody wants to have identity. Even we want to have identity. Some has political identity, we have somewhere in administrative or social work, sphere identity. So what these people also look for identity. And there's a serious identity crisis among the street. Maybe you will give the certificate of vending like sir has said, that only needs validation. Why? If it is certificate of vending issued by a local body and trusted by the government of the state, then why there is a need to validate the certificate of vending? Police personnel, enforcement agencies, they do not consider it. I cite a case study because session is very interesting, identity and governance. And sir has given the round of some minutes. So I talk one by one and very precise. I will not duplicate the things much has been said earlier. I have listening since morning. You see, identity has been given through an identity card. I have seen in various states and cities, like I have been traveling to various universities and local bodies also, this must size ID card. They have given a thread, उसको डाल दिया गले में. Do that identity give the dignity of the profession? No. You have to have an identity which is of, the identity which we were given with by our institutions. So we did this exercise right in 2016. After enactment of 2014, we started actually work in 2016 on street vending plan. We first decided the identity card which we will give, that is of the standard of the RLA, Registration Licensing Authority. The driving license in Chandigarh, which is being issued with a chip of certain bytes and bits, with some specification of security features, that identity which we have given to our street vendors first. Same is with the case of certificate of vending. We went for security features. We went for we had discussions also. We had consultations with NGOs, with various stakeholders, and we planned. Like in the morning, I was listening to one of the speakers. I think Mem was sitting there. She was saying that classification of street vendor is also needed. Somewhere from audience have also raised the voice. Why classification has not been done? In Act, if you see, there's only 3 classifications. One is stationary, second is mobile, and third one is perpetual
among discretionary. We classified as essential service providers and non-essential service providers. Who are essential service providers? Like sir has said, very poor people are also vendors. Food vendors are little bit, on the some app platform, like they have too much of outreach. People are attracted towards, Golgappa and many things. You think of a cobbler, sir. You think of a person who is doing ironing in the back street. You think of a person who is, repairing cycles. Think of these vendors. So we have, after consultations with various people in TVC, we have categorized 6 categories initially in essential service providers, like bread and egg sellers, like hair cutting, those who are under the tree. Such people were categorized as ESP vendors. So we have not displaced them. Like Sarah said, no, 1 lakh rupee they have demanded. Why? Because we have displaced that surveyed vendor from this location to a new vending zone, citing that you need a card, you have to pay 1 lakh rupee. So for 6 categories, we have given them the same space where they were surveyed, even it is under a tree or near a government building or anything else. But we have given a rider in the local bylaws that if at all that position hurts him or hurts somebody else to his life or somebody's life, so we will display selective with consultation with the traffic department or enforcement. This is what identity we have given. Later we have added some 6 other categories like persons who are selling cloths near temples. We have given them in essential service providers. We have given them chole bhature wale. These are the kind of consultations which we did. And one more interesting thing, like what digital transformation which we have. In 2016, when the survey was like paper surveys, we have gone for a tablet survey. The survey was taken on a tablet without any paper. We captured more than 24,000 street vendors, and that was highly criticized by last week in Delhi with ministry. But we defended. 24,000 was a big number for a small city, 10 by 10 city. So various questions were raised, but due to digital survey, we have run deduplication software. We have gone for data redundancy, and thereby we come to know that this is the size of the city and this much number is the exact number of the street vendors in the city. So digital transformation has taken place in our place right from 2016. And one small case, a person, ex-person who was a vendor in front of a VIP person, bureaucrat from Haryana, he was vending out of his house. He was selling samosa and pakoras. So one fine day after this enactment of act and our bylaws notification, policemen came and they threw that trailer. Why? Because they were furious. Now he is an identity. There must be some arrangement like free samosa or free pakoras daily or some other financial engagement. So they threw him out, and the father, his 3 sons who were working in Haryana government, they are the not officers, but they are working. So they have managed his family. So they ran to my office, sir. They have displaced me. वो कहते हैं आगे से खड़े नहीं होना है. And what has exactly helped him? I didn't help him. The help was rendered by the digital transformation, because the survey was digital survey. We have captured latitude and longitude, and we asked him to apply in RTI, asked our, the location. We have given his location through RTI, and he produced in the court, and police, they got, staff from the court. Now he is in the same location. Now he has been given a site in a sector 23. So this is the power of digital transformation. Digital transformation brings transparency and accountability. It is not discretionary. It's not my discretion that I will allow him. No, who am I to allow him? Let the mechanism be in the digital format so that none of the manual intervention be there. So this is all from my side. First.
So staying with this certificate of vending, I'd like to listen to each of you. He's from the street vendors community, and you understand the pulse of the constituency, and he's actually working on this. Certificate of vending, is it such a big deal? Mr. Trivedi already hinted at that, or Trivedi hinted at that. B, is it easy to get it? And C, even after you get it, does it mean the problems are solved for the street vendor in terms of being able to operate in a secure and peaceful way? what are your thoughts? Specifically about the certificate of wedding.
When you say that is it a big deal, I would say that what he narrated was that any card, any identity card, let's say I have a identity card of a member of legislature. Now when I show that card, that kind of gives me immense power, immense benefit, because that is respected out there. Now this card, if as long as you make any policy or you give any kind of identity, unless it is respected, as rightly said, or it's kind of gives them that kind of power or freedom that they kind of really operate in a very insulated environment. It kind of roots out that so-called corrupt exploitation. Then only it makes a difference. So at the moment, what practically they have been facing is that they still not able to get that kind of power or insulation, because still, even if they have a card, a policeman or an authority can come to them and say that we don't really, because let's say for example, I'll give a very small example. You travel on the road and a lot of time you get challan. Now, if you go through the whole list of challans, there are very peculiar kind of challans there. So if a policeman makes up his mind that I want to challan you, he'll kind of, even if your speed is fine, everything is fine, he'll still challan you for something, even if you have a license. So that is where if he makes up his mind, the authority, even if after there will be certain rules which a vendor might even not be aware about and he can't really fulfill. But still he would be, so the power has to be first kind of, and that's where I believe the digital example he gave, digital use of digital technology. Even if we use that, having knowledge of, in this case, I guess somebody supported that person, but not even having knowledge how I can utilize my to address my demands is going to be even again the same challenge. I mean that is where I believe the story as far as distribution of these cards in my state, I can say it's still the identity cards have not been distributed, so it's still lagging. And what was the third question you asked?
Once you get the card, does it solve all your problems? I think you have explained that. And there are still some challenges in getting the card, as you mentioned. You could talk about how easy is it, कितना आसान है कार्ड मिलने के लिए, कार्ड मिलने के बाद कुछ फायदा हो रहा है कि नहीं ये वेंडर लोगों के लिए?
कार्ड मिलना बहुत आसान नहीं है पहली बात. एज पर एक्ट कार्ड देना जरूरी है, आइडेंटिटी कार्ड्स एंड सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ वेडिंग. बट जैसे कि बहुत इश्यूज है कार्ड देने के लिए. जैसे अभी मैंने जैसे पहले एग्जांपल दिया कि जहाँ पे 1 लाख वेंडर के पीछे 15,000 वेंडर का रेशियो निकल के आता है, वो लोग शॉर्ट लिस्टेड कर देते हैं और 80,000 वेंडर्स आउट ऑफ प्रोसेस हो जाते हैं सिर्फ कार्ड देने और सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ वेंडिंग देने के लिए. तो क्यों? क्योंकि हर स्टेट को अपने हिसाब से एक रूल्स बनाने हैं, रूल्स फ्रेम करने हैं, उनकी स्कीम बनाई है और उस स्कीम के जरिए उनको वो इम्प्लीमेंट करना है. तो वो स्टेट के ऊपर छोड़ा गया है. अभी स्टेट ने अगर समझो डोमिसाइल कंपलसरी कर दिया तो ऑब्वियसली फिर वहाँ पे फिर डिस्प्यूट क्रिएट हो सकता है कि किस तरह से ये हैंडल किया है. लेकिन कार्ड इज अ नेसेसरी एंड सर्टिफिकेट इज अ नेसेसरी एंड as per act it's a फायदेमंद होगा.
And Joyji, but you can very briefly add to what you said.
Sir, like you want to do certificate of vending, the validation है. Why it is not given? See, the act signifies and it says only street vendors protection and regulation of street vending. And in act itself nomenclature, regulation and protection. Both are the key words and that has not been taken very seriously and in letter and spirit. Regulation doesn't mean local bodies. Local bodies has given certificate of vending. But who are the other enforcement agencies? Police is there. Enforcement from other departments, food and supply. Whoever comes in the street from the government, yes, दिखाओ card. यहाँ कैसे खड़े हो? They don't know what are the provisions given. So here requires the training, awareness, and capacity building of police personnel. Police personnel doesn't mean only the rank of soldiers or habeldars, the top officers. They should know this act is in prevalence, and all other acts, the municipal acts or the IPCs under which they used to challan, like, I was a student also. I did just thesis on street vending. It's become my core of art. Street vending is my favorite subject. I did study Shimla. Shimla was a colonial city, and it's more than 100 years old corporation. Even if the act is there, they have notified all such regulations which government of India says, but exact situation is they haven't issued ID card, they haven't issued certificate. And somebody has raised a question like, there's a differentiation between within the country. Constitution says right to have livelihood in any part of India. But Shimla says, sorry, you are from UP, Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, or whatever. They have to give, but they have lingered on. What happened? Enforcement agencies used to conduct drive. When High Court used to intervene, they said, why is this enforcement? Ultimately, corporation has to defend. This is under the purview of newly enacted act. It has to be apprised to the advocate generals, to the High Court, that we cannot displace them, we cannot evacuate them until and unless we don't give them vending space. So there's a certificate of vending has got validity, and that is how lakhs of cases have been given, loan of 10,000 cases. Now it's 20,000. Now government has taken over to 50,000 now. So this carries values, and that has validation. Time will come definitely, because hardly 2014 we are sitting in 22. More than 10 years it took, turn policy into act. Definitely it will come with a positive mindset. And these young people are there. There must be some bureaucrats tomorrow. There must be politicians. Must be welfare administrators. So they will do something. They will do something.
Recently, Mumbai Municipal Corporation issued a notice circular to all their ward level, and said start implementing PM Swanithi. But when they got provisional vending certificate, and when vendor got a loan of 10,000, he automatically got provisional vending certificate from central government. But they specifically wrote on that circular, this document is not valid. So don't use this document as a valid proof.
Just a couple of questions more from my side, and students, you will get a chance to ask questions, and we'll follow best practice which Professor Mulika laid out in the morning. Best questions will get a prize, so please think of some suitable questions. So when we were in Jaipur, we had a senior person from NASRI, and we also had a street vendor sitting together for a discussion. So this leader said that there is a rule saying that no street vendor can be evicted. And if by chance they are asked to move out, they have to be given alternate space where they can go and operate. That is the rule. You cannot evict. By some chance, if you need to evict, you have to give them some alternate space. So then we asked all the street vendors, when such a law exists, when some policeman comes to take action against you, why are you not protesting against this? And their response was that it is easy for the national leaders to make such statements, but it's absolutely difficult for people like us to challenge a policeman when he comes and confronts us. What are your thoughts on this kind of a situation? All the three of you can respond.
I'll try to express through a personal experience. It will be an eye-opener for everybody. Before I became a legislator, for some kind of work, I got a JCB machine. So I went to a local, because I never used to try as much not to do it. So I went to the STM for the registration. I told my guy first, it took around 1 week, the registration is not done. Then he said that the problem, the clerk said that the problem is that there's a Bharat 4 and a Bharat B4 norm. That JCB, all vehicles which are personal vehicles, they can't be registered because this is Bharat 4 now, things are moving forward. And so I was surprised that you first of all considering as a logical layman that you're considering it to be a personal vehicle that I would have drive on a JCB and go somewhere, but he said, logic doesn't work sometimes. So then I kind of sent a Supreme Court ruling to them that this is the ruling. This ruling clearly mentions, it leaves out likes of JCB and everything. So this is the response you need to understand. This is the main person who's dealing with the SDM. He said that Supreme Court ruling we haven't received as of yet. This was the response. 2 years ago, Supreme Court, and he was expecting Supreme Court is going to be sending the ruling. So instead challenging the whole thing. So then I literally personally went and I said, what is happening? So he called his back. He had still the same thing that this is the machine, that is the machine. And literally after calling the senior officials, finally, they intervened. And after 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, finally I got that registered. Now this is me. For a simple where I'm not at fault in anything at all, I'm getting it done. Now if you just look at in their criteria, who are in that ladder, they're not really, they are at the lower level at this moment. And for them, even if they have that kind of the right and identity, to be able to enforce it even in front of a constable would be a big challenge. He can very well, as I started earlier. So this discourse in itself, I believe, speaks about it. The problem lies, a lot of these policies are, if they are even implemented, one, they are just implemented on paper. They're not really implemented in reality, because every state just want to showcase that this law was framed and we have kind of fulfilled our requirement. And that has been done, but on ground, you're not really getting the facility. And to way forward for this, I believe one of the stronger example can be taken from the farmer education. Till the farmer education happened, this discourse wasn't in the front pages of farmers. Apathy wasn't the main criteria or understanding for even a normal public. Now, if you go, everybody does talk about farming and all these issues, and they are still relatively taken seriously. So I won't say just education, but somewhere down the line where the previous discourse was happening session, they said, how do you involve the citizens? So that is what needs to be happening, that where the citizen consciousness, when somebody said one person teach another, one person help one vendor, but this kind of first, it has to come in the forefront of public consciousness, then alone these things can start creating a kind of a ripple effect and have that kind of a thing. So I believe at this moment, I mean, that example might answer that.
See, relocation is a bigger challenge. एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है. हम म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में भी जाके जब बात करते हैं रिलोकेशन के बारे में, म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन का एक ही जवाब होता है कि जगह कहाँ से लें. तो पहले क्वेश्चन का आंसर यही रहता है, हम जगह कहाँ से तैयार करें इनके लिए. तो वेंडिंग जोन के लिए हम डिमांड करते हैं, रिलोकेट करना है तो उनको वेंडिंग जोन तैयार करके दो. तो वेंडिंग जोन के लिए भी जगह होनी चाहिए. तो वो जगह का ही पहला इनका ये रहता है. तो हमारा ये कहना है, एज टू माय कंसर्न, जब सिटी डेवलपमेंट प्लान जब ये रेडी होता है, उस वक्त जैसे गार्डन रिजर्वेशन होते हैं, स्कूल रिजर्वेशन होता है, तो उसी तरह अगर बेंडिंग जोन्स रिजर्वेशन में डाल दिया जाए, एक प्रॉपर प्लेसेस जो हम लोग बेंडिंग जोन्स के लिए आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं. ऑब्वियसली द आर्किटेक्चर्स दे कैन डू इट. इवन वो भी एक तरीका हो सकता है जिसके जरिए वो रिजर्व प्लॉट में आ जाएगा. सेकेंड, एक आर्किटेक्चर इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ मैंने एक बात की थी और कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ने एक बोरोली करके एरिया है मुंबई में जहाँ पे एसवी रोड पे डेली इविक्शन हो रहा है. तो हम लोगों ने डिमांड की थी डेली इविक्शन से अच्छा हमको रिलोकेट करो, तो वो इविक्शन का इशू आएगा नहीं. तो ऑब्वियसली सेम क्वेश्चन उनके सामने में था कि कैसे कहाँ पे रिलोकेट करें. तो हम लोगों ने कुछ आर्किटेक्चर स्टूडेंट्स के जरिए प्लान भी डिजाइन करके उनको दिया था. उनको रिलोकेट करने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, उसी रोड पे उनको किस तरह से बिठाया जाए, किस तरह से अच्छे से बिठाया जाए. लेकिन दे आर नॉट विलिंग टू डू दिस. है ऑप्शंस है, एक तो आर्किटेक्चर्स या सिटी डेवलपमेंट प्लान इस तरह से, लेकिन इम्प्लीमेंट करने की ये.
If you allow me, so I will answer on police part also, and like we have two honorable members sitting here. Like when I was doing thesis on street vending, it took me at least 6 years since I'm working, so I took long.
decision making, and if necessary, they can provide the funds also under their other development funds. One, this is the best solution, and yet I don't think such involvement has been made. Second is, like you said, why don't people resist to police? Why they fear? I share you one my discussion with one of the fellow officers from Shimla only, when I interviewed as a stakeholder from police department. So he shared in his interview that there was a call from medical superintendent KMH Hospital Shimla that there's a lady selling tea and paratha outside the gate. Remove it. Since he was a person who was a graduate, postgraduate, he was studying, he was an officer also, young officer. He said, sorry, I cannot displace her. Why? Because the act says you cannot displace until unless you don't have the space identified. So he simply, he was under pressure. This is section is the Chalan Party Bar. So he was a young officer and young people are here. So never get swayed or influenced by anything. Take your own decision. So she was not being removed by a policeman. So there's a policeman story because always there's a negative side of it. So coming on to governance, why these cases arises? Because there's a serious lack in almost every city has got integrated communication center. Almost every city, either developed or somewhat in developing phase. Why don't these ICC setup can be used for monitoring? We have a data of say 1 lakh street vendor in Mumbai. This data must be shared to the ICC. Let it be on virtual platforms using MIS, GIS. It is with the police department because police personnel used to set in that ICFAI. How can a policeman displace one person? If the data is there, if the position is there, if his all credentials are given, so nobody can displace. Nowadays, all the like Hyderabad cities, I was traveling in the city, some other cities, you see all the cameras are monitoring. Now manual intervention in traffic has been reduced. Maybe in the small cities, but in metro cities, all challans are through technological intervention. You cannot defend. You have to prove yourself technologically. You have to get recordings. So why not such be these cases be implemented in street vending plans, street vending monitoring, enforcement monitoring. So manual intervention gradually have to be reduced to zero. Then only this corruption, then only this manual intervention, then only kind of say ये मेरा आदमी है वो मेरा आदमी 10 बंदे मेरे हो गए. Because of technological intervention, because of the mechanisms, we receive phones from very high ups. So we simply say that this is not possible because there is no space for manual discretion. So that governance kind of thing has to be envisaged. And like I am sitting in higher this ICFAI University today, and all are youngsters. So I must I will not request, I advise you to develop startups. Develop startups, use technology, use financial mechanism, come to people like sir has said in the previous session, one-to-one, adopt one street vendor. Ask him to adopt a technology. Don't ask him to invest say 50,000, 20,000, 10,000 in some technology and use. Give them hope. Get some engagement, CSR engagement. People are there to help you in developing a pilot project. Once your pilot is done successfully, somebody definitely will come, like sir may come in Haryana or sir may do in MP or somebody else will see his or her step and will do in this way. Pilot has to be carried out successfully and documented, and then definitely one day will come and this whole scenario will be like the street vending management in other cities like Thailand, Korea, some other cities. Go and go in the night and take programs with street vendors. Develop a photo bank of street vendors. Have some, kind of, some engagement with them. So this is all from myself. Thank you, sir.
I believe to his point, human intervention, as he said, what from everything was everything which is happening wrong, somewhere down lies with the corruption angle, and corruption angle somewhere lies with the human intervention. So similarly, as he's rightly said, if you these days most of the cities, it's the challan usually comes to your phone directly. You don't really there's nobody who's challaning you. Just the camera captures it. That's it. So if that is where if you consciously remove long-term human intervention. When if a challan is stuck, nobody can do anything about it, kind of thing. Things would be that, I believe. That's where technology is of importance.
I think they're very good thoughts came. So one final question before we invite questions from the audience. This PM Swanidhi scheme. So we have moved around the country. When we first went to Delhi in summer, the national local person, he was completely cynical about it. He said hardly anybody has got it. Nobody who goes to the bank is entertained. And he said for him things like eviction and all that is far more important. Certificate of, and even certificate of lending he felt it is difficult to get, even if you get, it doesn't really work. So he had a very, very pessimistic idea of the whole thing. Then we went to Bangalore. There also we didn't get a feeling that many people are getting this loan. Similar story in Jaipur. In Calcutta, the story is about how to fight Amazon and Flipkart. It's not really about technology and so on. So now this morning, very surprisingly, though you sounded very pessimistic about the figures you were narrating, I was actually very impressed. Very good figures. And Telangana leaders spoke about even better figures. Why do you think there is so much of variation in the way this Swanidhi scheme is being implemented across the country? What would be your explanation?
It is case with any particular scheme. All different states, when you evaluate on different parameters, every year there's a chart which is released on these economic parameters this state. So it is a political will. Culturally also makes a difference. So I believe both combined together. Sometimes, for example, there's let's say a BJP government scheme which has been announced. So a BJP government sometimes to showcase to the Prime Minister also that, right, that we are very forthcoming about it, try to do it quickly. Like in Haryana, I would say that on paper it might have been announced, but on ground it is still not. Maybe I hope in times to come it would turn out to be a kind of a game changer in that sense. But having said that, so that is, I believe, that the bill has to be there. If you start taking which issue is important to you, education is important to me as a political party in power, I would like to work out wonderful solutions. For example, in your state as well, when before it was bifurcated, so that was where the IT revolution started, because the chief minister, the government was so conscious, though he was not voted back to power because he maybe didn't focus enough on the farming community, which is a basic voter, but he did a lot for this area in that sense. So that is your priorities and how much you're focused and how much you're focused on ensuring it is delivered on the ground. But having said that, lastly, I'd just like to add 3-4 points regarding this whole thing. Maybe if we just break down the usage, all the players involved in it. One is a normal citizen, which we discussed when we say like there are campaigns like each one teach one. So it's a beautiful thing if we kind of take one vendor who we usually buy from and we just take the initiative that we're going to be teaching you these 4 skill sets and ensure that you are able to support your family better. So that is one citizen intervention we can take. Then it comes to the fact of business people who have come to this convention last night on the dinner as well, where I believe where even be it a CSR or for that matter, during my assembly session I gave in because a lot of things are said about cow protection and all that. So I said during the legislative assembly that what you need to do is you speak a lot about these things, so why not make it mandatory for the companies that maybe 25% of your CSR is going to be spent on doing these particular, we kind of enlisted few activities where we can make a Gaushala self-sufficient as well. Because this is a big madness in our area. A lot of people are getting killed through accidents and all that. So that was an example. So similarly, if we are really serious about it, and a lot of companies who are in that vicinity or companies who are dealing with a certain skill set or certain products, maybe we can make it kind of certainly not mandatory, but touch them that maybe 10%, 15, 20% of your CSR you want to be spending in this particular locality in training these vendors. Take one task where if you make these smart vending zones, not just make them, that's where which offer them the facility as well. So when you have your card, you have the security being in that smart. This is a government designated smart vending zone. You give them all the facilities possible. You ensure that if you become a part of this smart vending zone, you will be trained also. Automatically, the digital payment people are going to be coming and training you about digital payments also. Automatically, the food aggregators would also be sent on behalf of the government just to help you out in that. So if a government takes the onus, then if, and that is going to be I can think that can have a big effect, right? Where you motivate the person that become a part of this smart vending zone because you're going to be getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 facilities from us, and this is going to be a game changer. That's what I believe can happen. And similarly, lastly, I could say that government could tie up with these entrepreneurs and give them one district. Usually, what they are doing, they want to earn money. So, like if you train these many people, and if you get these deliverable, tangible deliverables, which is a part of Skill India as well. So, if you deliver these tangible deliverables, then they have to be on UPI, they have to be registered, they have to be X, Y, Z, and if you are able to achieve at least 70-75%, you're going to be getting incentive the company. So the company also peer-to-peer learning, they can also they can find 5 people, they to take them on their roles, they can almost give them a job as well. That apart from your own vending, do these 5 things for us, we want to be paying you additional as well. So these kind of motivating factors, all community, all stakeholders coming together can make a big difference. And technology will be playing a part because, as he rightly said, that if you want to weed out the issues involved, you have to weed out human intervention of the wrong kind, and that is very, very, very important.
And sir, I will compliment here, like the officials, so it's my personal experience, the officials who are from southern part, like I'm sitting in South India, those who are in banking, and they understand actually entrepreneurship. This is why I'm saying bluntly, that's not a north. An officer from north in bank does not understand entrepreneurship. They do not understand the gist and the intent of a person who is applying for microcredit. They said 5,000 का लोन क्या करेगा तो 5,000 लेंडर से ले लेगा, मनी लेंडर से, तो बैंक 5,000 का लोन नहीं दे सकता. Yes, yes, yes. So the persons whom I cross, meet those officials, they work with us, we work as a team. They all from South. This is a compliment.
Just please, your question should be very brief and precise. Two to three sentences max.
Hello.
The street vendors are not in crores, I guess. Okay, they may be in crores, but it's not more than the whole India population. But we could do the survey for each and every house during the COVID, right? We allotted the slots, we vaccinated everyone. But why is this taking so much of time? You can do the same thing. You can allot slots to issue the ID cards and all that. Like daily, at least 1,000 people daily, so that the process gets faster.
The answer to that would be I kind of narrated earlier. It requires the kind of public outcry you're making very, very passionate. That kind of outcry needs to come from us also and from the people as well. What happened in COVID was that it became an issue which would have really political game changer. The government was scared. We want to make something happen, otherwise this noise is going against us. What happened in Kisan agitation was the same case. The outcry became so loud that the government had to move. The problem in India, and I think so across the world at times, is that unless there is an outcry, we don't tend to start doing something about it. So I believe if there is an outcry, and the problem, the second part is because you say that
issue tokens for them. Tokens, they understand the token issue. It's not the digital issue.
That is what we've been wanting and what we've been trying for, but that's a hopefully.
Sir has given a very beautiful answer and somehow drive it. But I'll answer you with some administrative and technical point. See, what is a survey? You must have read research methodology. What is survey? Yeah, no, it is a street vendor survey. It is not a household survey. And talking of street vendor is good. Just, just a minute, just a minute. Listen, you have asked a question. You have asked a question. I am saying survey means to visit a person. And street vendor survey means you have to visit a person who is doing street vending at his street vending site. That is actually survey. There was lockdown for 3 months, nobody was on the street. So it is only possible as per the act because it is technical. Any officer cannot decide, okay, I will go each by each of the seats and ask, are you a street vendor, are you a street vendor? Everybody used to say, yes, I am a vendor. Because I have experience. When we did a survey, many good fellows from officers, from showroom background, they got surveyed. Just because of digital survey, we got data redundancy, data duplication that got filtered. So survey means a technical exercise. It's purely a research methodology. You have to follow it. If you jump somewhere, it will be definitely criticism. We receive criticism. Fine.
You'll get a special prize for sure. I'm Shankar from Municipal Building Policy. Recently, we have done a survey on qualitative research on street vendor last month. So, my experience is in Kukatpalli, there is a street vending place. Left is street vending place, right is non-street vending place. Because of someone's concern that protection umbrella, they have looked like a very privilege. And this is, they have totally told everything. So what I feel that there is an inequality not between rich and poor. Between the street vendor, there is inequality. And within the street vendor who has got a vending area, for example, one person A has got a 5 shop in a different area. And he is getting the more privilege than other people. So how to address this kind of problem?
See, differentiation will be there. Those who are on this side must be surveyed. They got licenses. Those on the other side must be not surveyed. But they are actually vendors. But this is the responsibility of the local body that as per the act there is a provision if the survey period has gone, if they were not identified, there is a clause there, they have to have a form, those who wish to apply as a street vendor. So possibly that local body may not have initiated that clause, and reason being, maybe the city does not have space. Because you cannot go for blind decisions sometimes. The country is vast, few places are flooded with people who are from UP, Bihar or Odisha as a river, living in slums and starting easy job which is street vending. So sometimes it's a pressure for the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, for Chandigarh Municipal Corporation, for Kolkata Municipal Corporation, Hyderabad Municipal Corporation to cater to lakhs of people who are getting migrated to their cities. Somehow it is regionally balanced. It has to be addressed nationally. We have to stop somewhere and put a check on migration. We have to have such opportunities like getting licenses, ease of doing business in every city. Then only we shall not be migrated. So problem is vast. We have to think from both the perspective, from administrative perspective as well, from the street vendor perspective. But there must be dialogue. Lastly, local bodies and political system has to sit together, including you also, like in such consultations. And such consultations are vast in nature, and these things to be propagated to the local bodies, to the ministry. And I remember, a statement in one of the conference from Additional Secretary is from Telangana cadre, is Sanjay Kumarji, is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs Minister. One day he said, I said, sir, why 10,000? It must be 1 lakh rupees. And he said, at least bank 10,000 दे तो रहा है, 1 लाख बोला तो 60 पे जाते हैं तो. This is first time in the history of country that they have given lakhs of cases in 10,000 to the street vendor without any physical, visits on the online e-KYC, that is digital KYC. This is first attempt. He said if it was a failure, then it that is how we made a tremendous progress in PMC. And today only we received mail, phase 3 PM Samiti has been launched in another small cities. So we have to be positive from our mindset also. We have to be supportive to the government also. Because sometimes constraints, if you are sitting in search place, you will realize, in my case, in search place, you will realize actually what exactly the problem. And problem is mindset, human intervention, and some convergence. I don't want to sit with sir don't want to sit with me, I don't want to come in a room. We have to sit together. And we have to work together. That is the soul excellence.
I have a question. The question is like Article 14, Article 19, Article 21. One is protecting the law in your business, the way of expression of your practice. But what on one side, vending is a fundamental right. So it should be protected by both central as well as the state legislation. But when certificate of vending is to be given, it is completely in the hands of state government implementation. So what we have been finding is the state government versus central government, wherever there is a non-alignment, the issues of COV, except what is the solution for that? Why don't we go for a constitutional amendment change, which can, or we start the outcry for constitutional amendment change and bring it in a component list or some way where both the parties can take clue. This is for both of you, sir.
I have not an expert put a strong comment on this, but from as a citizen perspective, not as an official or researcher, I must say, like if you see, like you have referred three, articles. Yes. So see, we have got state list, we have got union list, we have got contract list. In contract list, it is compulsion for state and union to work in synchronization in consonance, rather than in union or state. And this is what's happening. Here, beyond any political will or affiliation, one has to come forward, keeping in view the vast informal sector, which is more than 90% in the entire world. And 90% informal economy actually runs. They are actually giving employment, even if they are not taxed or they are not paying revenue, but they are actually running. See a tea vendor on a chola bhatura wala, he is giving employment to 5%. One is taking plate to a car and serving. One is taking cup to a person who is sitting in the car. They have given employment. If you see formal employment, you see how people are given formal employment. We talk of skill development in the morning. If one got skilled in any program through PMKVYS2 or say annual step up, one's placement is question mark after training. What kind of placement people are giving? Even universities are giving. You are given offer letter, you have to join. If somebody has joined, the conditions are like you will resign in another 1 month. So keeping in view the certain scenario, we have, I was also looking for annual also nodal officer. So we keep a stringent condition, offer letter, subordinated by joining letter, provided with 12 monthly salary, transferred in the account, and after 12 months we used to release the final stock. This is how placement. So at least we, through our laws or through strong conditions, we manage for 12 months practically. Beyond 12 months, I'm not sure what the future. This is what happening. So we have to take care of it. And we have to take, ultimately, finally comes your own will, your own style, your own consideration of human values. It matters a lot, actually. We have degraded the human. We are looking high, but we are not going high. Think globally, move globally, work in country. Work in country, work with people. और जब आप देखेंगे सरकार PM मोदी साहब आए थे फर्स्ट टाइम पे, we were influenced by it. We were influenced by it. Why? उन्होंने बोला कि सरकार गरीबों की होती है. उन्होंने अपनी स्टेटमेंट बोला था, सरकार गरीबों की होती है. हम लोग तो मैनेज कर रहे हैं, we are in formal sector, we are paying taxes, we are affording everything, but it is for the poor people, for the informal sector, for women, for marginalized, for transgenders, for HIV positive people. universities, we must start, business values with the professional, values. We have to be professionals, but with values, not at the cost of, something, high achievements, high growth, high development. We cannot transform the country, transform the local environment, local city environment, local village environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words, and you have been really enlightened by the knowledge you have shared with us today. It is an integral part of our culture to express our kind gratitude to those who made a special effort to make this function a success through their presence.
So now we would like to call on stage Mr. M. Shankar sir to provide the souvenirs to Mr. Vivek Trivedi sir, Social Development Officer, Municipal Corporation, Chandigarh and Professor.
Now I would like to call upon stage Poonam Pallavi ma'am to hand over the souvenir to Mr. Gurunath Gajanan Sawant, State Coordinator, National Association of Street Vendors of India.
Now I would like to call Aditi Chaturvedi to provide souvenirs to Honorable Amit Silal sir, Member of Legislative Assembly, Dabwali, Haryana State.
Last but not least, I would like to invite Professor Bhanu Delija ma'am to provide the souvenir to Professor Ved, Senior Advisor in ICFAI.
Thank you. You are a wonderful audience, and we hope that we have been good hosts as well. Once again, thanks to the hard work that all the team members have done, teachers, students, organizers, and even every team member to make this event possible and successful as well. And what you witnessed was really their efforts and hard work.
Now, I request everyone to please proceed to Carnival. Carnival, as the name suggests, is not starting with CAR but KAR, which refers to the karma or the karma done by the street vendors with their own hands. Please enjoy the delicacies and the delicious foods and services provided in front of the academic store. Thank you so much. You have been a lovely All the guests and volunteers, please join for the tea outside the auditorium hall. All the guests and volunteers, please join for the tea break outside this auditorium hall. Thank you.
aims to capture the real-time stories of the streets of India. So to tell us more about this, we would like to call upon stage the mastermind behind today's event, Professor Shailendra Singh Bish. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. This looks biased. There's something fishy there. So when we first thought of digital street, the idea was to go and talk to vendors, go to people, talk to people in street vending ecosystem. And we always thought that street vendors are the main actors there. जब भी हम बात करते हैं व्यवसाय की या बिजनेस की बात करते हैं तो हम लोग मान के चलते हैं, खासकर जब हम रेहड़ा पटरी वालों की बात करेंगे या स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग की बात करेंगे तो मुख्य मुद्दा स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का है. तो स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स की आवाज का होना जरूरी है, वो क्या कहना चाहते हैं वो बात जरूरी है. So in all our sessions what we have done is we have introduced a segment where we start off saying for all our sessions, and many of them are conducted in English and they are in this place, and we cannot have the voice, we cannot have the street vendors themselves present here. So what we have done is we have asked our team members to represent and give voice to our vendors, not through data or anything else, but by sharing those anecdotal experiences, those verbatims that we felt, we saw, and we heard on the streets across the country. And that is the whole purpose of this particular session. And as we start this session, we are fortunate that some of our street vendor brothers are here in the audience. मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग धीरे से स्टेज पे आएं. राजीव जी, कृष्णा, Maipal, Mohammed Abdul Imran, Sheikh Afzal, Ashok Raj, Sheikh Jahangir, Yog Mangal, Ramzan, Mohammed Khalid, Noor Mohammed, thanks to the wonderful editing team I taught for this work on a very short notice. One of the messages that we got and we wanted to convey was the effort which is made by street vendors in making our lives COVID and lockdown, when no malls were open, no supermarkets were working, but it was these street vendors, our brothers and sisters on street, who made those goods and services available to us. Even at the risk of getting hurt by police action and other penalties and stuff like that, even at the risk of catching infection, which was a big threat at that moment, it was our vendor brothers and sisters who made sure. And we wanted to bring this, that these are integral part of our ecosystem, and there must be a sensitization, and that is why we wanted to bring vendors, and we in fact created a vending ecosystem within our campus to demonstrate to our students and to our faculties and other stakeholders as to how important and how convenient their services are. So thank you very much again, all the street vendor brothers who are here. Thank you very much. The other important stakeholder for us in this entire digital street journey has been our great volunteers, the student volunteers. And I would want to take a few minutes now to sort of give certificates to our street volunteers, to our street student volunteers here. Can we have the list now? I would request our guest first. Let me start with Professor Savali. If you could come on the stage and give our very certificates to few of us. You can give me the list. Give me the certificate. Is everybody here? All the student volunteers, please be here. Ayush Agarwal. Ayush Agarwal. Aman Sharma. Adyapreet Mohanty, Anuja, Ayush Bajaj, Haricharan, Navya, Komal, I would request Professor, thank you, Professor Sanjeev Malviya to come on. Roshan is here. No? Pratyusha. The student volunteers have not only worked on today's event, but they have been out in field for the last 2 weeks, collecting and meeting vendors, talking to them, interacting with them. Priyanshu. Adyapreet. Rakshita. Suryadeep Singh. Sharan Gupta. Suryadeep, come on, quick. Sharan. Rakshita is here. Sharan. Thank you, sir. Vidhu, sir. Professor Vidhu Mathur from ICFAI University, Jaipur. Suryadeep. Swagrit. Abdul Rahim. Thank you. Dr. Vivek. Amartya Dayani. Archit. Anshika. Farhan. Parvez. Gaurav bhai, Gulab bhai. Gaurav Chawla. Mahima. Manini. Manini. Mansi Gaur. Mansi. Nikhil Garg. Shubham Patro. Ravi Narayan. Riya Patel. Rishika Soni. Sai Spandana. Salman. Samita. Sankalp. Sankalp Prasad. Saurabh Kumar. Anurag Shankar. Please come on to the dais. Sejal Patil. Subhashi Chandak. Who is it? Sejal is here. Wait. Yes, Sejal. Singh. Shreya Singh. Shivani Jain. Siddharth Garg. Tarini is next. Tarini is next. Shreya Srivastava. Vaishnavi. Is Vaishnavi here? Yatin. Thank you, Anand. I would now request three guests for the electric session to come on to dais. May I request Malvi to come on to the dais first? Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, Honorable Everett Jawardhan Singh. I have one last task as well for you guys. Can I request Rachita Agarwal, Hitesh Sharma, and Aditi Chaturvedi to come on to the dais? Over to my younger friends now. Thank you very much.
We would now request one of our prestigious guests, Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, the Director of Indian Space Association, to please share some words with us.
Time that I am dealing with a subject or I'm getting, say, educated on the subject of street vendors. So if I make mistakes in my interpretation, please pardon me. I come from a very diverse background which deals with military aviation. I was a fighter pilot, and then mission planning, space-based technologies, making programs of national importance at the national security council. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I've served in the Ministry of Road Transport, where we actually handle the issue of migrant labor when there was a mass movement across states. And there is the time I try to use and whatever the administrative systems are. Pardon my understanding because I'm more into military aviation than this. But I'm talking about pure common sense aspect. And then look at it from a law enforcement perspective. Because each has a challenge. Why does a policeman sometimes act funny? Yes, there could be some, commercial issues involved, maybe corruption issue, but there's also security angle. Suddenly something sensitive is happening near, suppose an airbase or a military area, suddenly you find that there were no sellers here and suddenly somebody's up there. So that's a security issue. So you have to look at it from a 360 degree
It cannot only be a social issue, it cannot only be an economic issue, it has to be everything stitched together into one. Now, let's say if I was to engage with something, let's start with a test product here. You were to say engage with the city of Hyderabad and Secunderabad, and it needs to be something where a digital platform is there, and also a lot of engagement with the state government processes there. Your local, say the municipality is there, and the police is there. Because it has to be a coordinated solution. What is lacking right now, in my understanding, is that we have not evolved a fully working model which can be scaled up. So if we were to put our heads together, where from a technology perspective, your geospatial technology, we had an example in the morning from Telangana itself where some app has been developed and people have been ready to adopt apps. So that is something good that has happened. That means there is scope of some intervention there. Along with that, I hope that app is capturing geospatial information as what we call latitudes and longitudes, which Mr. Vivek was talking. If that information is also there. Now, if this whole thing is just plotted, then there's another ecosystem that is other, people who stay in different places. Some people want sabji wala next to their houses, but there's some people who see it here, idhar nahi hona chahiye, us taraf hona chahiye, because it creates a traffic problem. Suddenly in the evening time, you have that, especially in Delhi, I've noticed it in Dwarka. So, where you have that idli dosa wala, suddenly 50 cars will come. But it's a traffic nuisance. So, whenever we design solutions, because we're designing solutions for comfort, for, if you have a street vendor next to you who's selling vegetables, it reduces my, effort of going outside somewhere. So we have to stitch this whole together, and I would suggest that this whole thing is plotted as a solution on a geospatial platform. When I'm talking of engagement at a governmental level, here maybe we can have different teams from students. One team engages, say, in the placement. Where should it be placed? So here you have to talk to the municipality and say that, okay, why don't you identify zones which are comfortable? Even if it's solving only 20% of the problem, but let's start. And then that beautiful thought that came across that let's equip it with certain set of facilities. Banker may not want to go everywhere. You also have to understand his problem. He can't be everywhere, but he can be somewhere. So let's make it a convenient place where the banker can also come. And the municipality also would like to invest in such capabilities which are easy to manage, because everybody is looking for ease of management, ease of headache, and minimum security problem. So once we start doing it, similarly, another thought that came to my mind was that, especially modified tillers, if some of the entrepreneurs here, they may be engineers, say mechanical engineers, can you come out with some, I'm sure some models exist, but can you make some things which are easy to make, and some standard models which have got all the facilities? It's got a dustbin, it has got this, it has got that. So that, that also becomes very scalable and it can be made out. So some of the people can even, some of the family members of these vendors only can make it. So it's a kind of a localized solution. But you make it as a standardized process, which again is actually a startup solution. Making, some interesting vehicles you can take, कोई चाट बनाने वाला हो गया, एक सब्जी वाला हो गया, suddenly कोई book seller है. Can you make something which looks more presentable, which gives you more izzat on the street that yes, I am doing something fantastic. Next very important thing is that when we start doing this, what will happen is some standardization will start coming in. People will start copying. उसकी सब्जी मेरे से ज़्यादा क्यों बिक रही है? Because he's clean. That's the time when we start bringing, we have to encourage and incentivize them. So there are three words that I found very interesting in the morning. One was trust, second was incentive, and third was a need. Why should I digitally convert? There has to be a need. So how do we convey that messaging? I think no one else better than this fantastic student community who's here, who's let out to innovate, how it has to be communicated. Once you got these let's create some kind of a localized call center use. This is just as a pilot project, and then see, how many calls come, what are the nature of calls. Yes, there has been an increase in financial frauds, and it is multi-fold because I was, interacting with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator a few weeks back, and he was mentioning to me that there will be a sudden jump. Digitization will bring that kind of thing because when broadband starts reaching your villages and the people who are not affected, then the impact of digital revolution or say the digital ecosystem will reach there, these problems will come. But the thing is, a problem or something not happening is to be seen as an opportunity and not as a barrier to adoption. And this is where innovation is required. So my request to you is that look at it. You go on the street yourself, live that life for 3 days, 4 days, and that's how we do it in the armed forces. First you have to do it yourself, and then when you command your men. So that's what you need to do. You need to go down on the street, live that life, and see if I can have this, what will I do? And then your mind will, that's the start point of innovation. So this is something that you need to look at. Some additional points which I thought was that what about the education? So one way to incentivize is that can we create some capability where say local religious places उनके पास compound बहुत होता है या government offices होते हैं उससे के पीछे you put those whiteboards and all blackboard लगा के you start taking classes for these children. So there are a lot of retired people who exist, who have that desire of imparting knowledge. Can we tap them? So you just create something evening, okay, you will educate your children for 2 hours, 3 hours. But please ensure that you follow this standard. So he also feels that, okay, the children are being looked after, these people care for us. So you're building a bond. The moment you start building a bond and you build responsibility, what happens is that person also will give you good quality vegetables. Otherwise, there are a lot of videos which are available in the internet where people are injecting all kinds of things into your vegetables. That's a problem. So how do you do that? One way is Tanda will work at some places, but motivation and responsibility, which is self-driven, will hit maximum number of people. So you have to hit their minds in a very different, the psychological way of hitting population. That yes, I care for you, you matter to me in this locality, I look after something to you, but you please give me this. So automatically you'll find that even the rates at which the vegetables are sold, they'll be friendly to you. And why I say this is because we have practically lived this life. I would have taught so many kids office and environment. So it is possible to be done. Next important thing is the hygiene aspects. The traffic police guy and the local vendor is a maximum who is exposed to these kind of things. So can it also be done something like that you can have a health bill or something organized through the municipality or something where what you say that okay is in Sham ko aisa bill lagega where you will be given a free health checkup or something like that. It's a very important thing because he doesn't have the ability to go to OPD. If he goes to the OPD in the morning, by the time his number comes, he's lost his. So can we have a night mela, health mela, by volunteers? So these are some things which I think that we should look at it from a humanity perspective. Because I feel that whatever you do professionally, the most important thing is humanity first. So the moment you start applying it from a humanity perspective rather than an administrative perspective, things will start falling in place. Now, as far as the digital aspects are concerned, this is another thing. We all exchange phones. If you see it from an Indian perspective, Samsung comes out, okay, come out, I'm going to release some new phones. So in a certain category, what are these? What's happening to their crushed something, right? So can the government and these guys can work that can these refurbished phones be given at a discounted cost to all these vendors who are registered? So now it makes it interesting. That I am going to give you digital info and I am going to do this, but as I'm going to use the phone, I'll help somebody to create some account for you, but you have to come into the digital ecosystem. So how do we mobilize this CSR capability and do this? GIS can also play a very interesting role in where siting is done. As I mentioned to you, where traffic aspects are there. required is somebody who's required to connect this and monitor this on a regular basis. Students will come and go. They're not permanent on the ground. The government officer will come, he will look at it, and he will go. But you need some kind of a voluntary workforce who works for some incentive. That can be made even as a business solution. That okay, भैया तुम्हारा ये सब कुछ help करेगा, मगर इसको तुम इतना पे कर रहे हो. He'll help you solve this problem. So why I said a folly? It's folly. Is because people trust us. It has a brand. And the moment this is done in a much more structured manner at national level, it can be made to work. I do not know the details of how this issue that dealt with maybe like people like Mr. Vivek who actually handle this on ground, he is more able to connect the dots. I'll be very happy to sit with you and see how the military dimension can be connected. And I'm not talking about military solution. It's a ex-serviceman is an absolute civilian now. So how can you leverage his capability? He'll help you with the digital side. He'll help you with the discipline. He'll help you deal with the police guy also. He can go and negotiate with the police guy also. So there is a you creating some kind of a person who can go and like an ambassador and talk, and who's respected as a man in uniform. So that's another thought that randomly came to my mind. Then we were talking about say digital skills. Now this very interesting thing I was even talking to. So I was talking to Mandy also in the morning. She was mentioning that a lot of this posting was sorted out. So I think we need to give that scale to send the messages across. Sabji mandiyon mein isko laga do. How to do cleanliness, how to do digital discipline. I think people will adopt. Time is running out. Thank you so much. And please pardon me.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience and your valuable words on digital transformation of street vendors. Now, among us, we have ex-Cabinet Minister of Urban Development and Housing and the current MLA of Government of Madhya Pradesh. So, ladies and gentlemen, with huge round of applause, let us call upon stage Honorable Jayvardhan Singh.
Thank you so much. Distinguished members of the dais, Honorable Wing Commander Satyam Kuswaji, who has just delivered a wonderful keynote address. I'm not as qualified as him, but I still hope that I'm able to guide you enough and to give you my experience in this subject. Along with him on the dais, Manvi Kulshreshtha, who's the program advisor, and of course, present here, my colleague and fellow MLA, Amit Siagji, who's from Haryana, Mr. Ulrich Stock, who's the country director for FES. Along with that, Shailendra Singh Bisht, who we just heard, who's the associate professor at IBS. Along with that, other members who were on the panel earlier, Vivek Trivedi ji, Professor Ved, who I had the pleasure to interact with earlier. Along with that, Gurunath Savantji, who also has a lot of experience on the ground in this subject. And of course, all the other distinguished guests who are present here. And most importantly, all the business school students and the volunteers who we just gave certificates to, and I'm sure who have had a very good experience in this entire program. It's an honor for me to be here, to be able to give the valedictory address here for this entire event. And I'll try and at least give you my experience as an MLA. It's been 9 years now since I've been an MLA in Madhya Pradesh. And I also had the good fortune to be the urban minister in Madhya Pradesh for 15 months when the Congress government was there between November 2018 and March 2020. To start with, this is a very important subject, and I was reading in the introduction that after agriculture, retail is the highest employer of people. And within retail, there are two different parts to it. One is the organized retail, where you have people who are shopkeepers, people who, have the good fortune to maybe own a shop, or maybe to have the money to even rent a shop. But then you have, in the lower tier, the street vendors, and that's the subject which ICFAI has taken up. That's the subject which FES has taken up. And I'm thankful to you all that these two institutes are addressing an issue which is pertinent to a large sector of society whose voice can't be heard, but I'm sure whose issues we can address. And to start with, the biggest issue of the vendors today on the streets has been location. And as urban minister, I studied this entire aspect. And the biggest issue in our urban areas is that there are no footpaths. There's a road, and when the road ends, you have shops, you have houses. Whereas if you take a look at a city like New York or London, or some well-planned areas of maybe Delhi, Hyderabad, Bombay, or the top-tier cities of India, you have maybe a 10-meter road, but along with that, you also have a 10-meter footpath. I know Manvi is a specialist in urban planning. I'm not. But when I was minister, my CM told me, Kamalnathji mentioned to me, he said there's a very fine urban planner called Swati Ramanathan, who runs Janagar. He said you must go spend time with her and understand urban planning. Because urban planning is that which you do for the next 30 years, the next 40 years. And she taught me the importance of having a planned township in which, along with the roads, you have enough area for walking, for other activities along the road. Because when you make a new road, you also make a new opportunity. The moment a new road comes, the moment the road is expanded or has a higher width, the property prices on both sides, they go up. So similarly, if you look at New York or London, the road is 10 meters, but the footpath is 15 meters. It's even more. So there's a place there for a restaurant, there's a place there for a food cart, there's a place there for a food truck, and that's where vendors have the opportunity given by spatial urban planning. So like I said, we are not here to discuss the issues. Of course, that's a relevant part. But I think what's most important for all the students who are here and for all the academics is that if there are vendors today in the country who are facing issues, we have to first provide them an environment where they are able to provide enough spatial arrangements for them. And that will only be possible when you have urban planning in such a way where we give them enough space. Now, in fact, during Amit's address, he mentioned about this. And he mentioned that when you give vendors a certain area in any city, they sit there for 5 days and they get up from there because no one comes there. So how do you address that issue? So when I was the minister, I did some research on this subject. And I called a meeting of my hometown, which is Raghugarh, it's a town of around 65,000 people. There are 24 different wards, 24 corporators, and it has two large PSUs. We are the largest LPG plant in the country, which is run by GAIL. We also have NFL, largest urea plant in Madhya Pradesh. So it's a well uh, maintained urban body, so it has a high amount of revenue as well. And under that, I got a survey done of every land parcel which was still free or which was owned by the government, but when the building was run down. And then we planned in those areas, how can we maybe have the entire Sabzi market put somewhere else? How can we have some new Hard Bazaar built somewhere? And other different plans or malls where we could start some new projects. And within that, like discussed by the earlier panels, there is a large amount of focus on street vendors. Now, does anyone know which is a department in urban development which looks after street vendors? NULM, National Urban Livelihood Mission, which was started in 2013 when Dr. Manmohan Singh was Prime Minister. And then in 2016-17, the name was changed or just added Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, NULM. Now, the whole goal of NULM was to provide the urban poor with job security, with livelihood, and there are 4 or 5 different segments in this. One segment is women's self-help groups. So like the earlier panelists had said, एक समूह बनता है 10 महिलाओं का, उसके बाद महिलाओं को 10,000 रुपए मिलते हैं, उसकी वो लेन देन करेंगे तो उनको 20,000 रुपए मिलेंगे, 50,000 रुपए, 1 लाख, 2 लाख. That is one segment. Then, along with that comes the street vendors part, where like the earlier panelists said, first you get 10,000 rupees, then 20,000, then 50,000. Then you have a segment for the youth who are living in BPL families. So they are given training free of cost. They are given training in maybe being a security guard, in welding, electrician, firefighting, different parts, so that they are able to be certified and then they may get a job somewhere. Along with this NULM, there's also a segment for Ashray Sthal, which are shelter homes for the poor. And along with that, there is a large portion of funding for Hard Bazaar, which is meant for your street vendors. So it's up to the government in power in the state, how much money will you allocate for street vendors? How much can you spend on a Hard Bazaar? So me being minister, I allocated 3 crores for one Hard Bazaar. But the government changed, they stopped that money. I only got 1 crore. But still, we are building with that. We are building a nice little market where we aim to send all the people who are the street vendors to set up shop there. That is one part of it. And because I was coming here to address all of you, I called up my municipal officer and I asked him, I said, मुझे बताइए, हमारे रावगढ़ शहर में ऐसे कितने पथ विक्रेता हैं जिनको अभी तक अनुदान मिला है? So I was quite pleasantly surprised that in my town, which is of 65,000 people, there are 223 people who applied for the 10,000 rupee, who are at that level right now, out of which 203 have got sanctioned and 54 people have been disbursed the first 10,000 rupee installment. Then for 20,000, there are 1,183 people, vendors, of which 437 have got their bank linkage done, and out of that, there are 207 people who have got 20,000 rupees in their bank account. So that's nearly 40 lakh rupees disbursed right there. And along with that, In the 50,000 group, there have been 13 applications, of which 10 have been sanctioned, the linkage has been done, and 9 have received the money. That's not a bad start. Along with that, all the badges are ready, and as happens in politics, they wait for the MLA to ask them the question first, and then they'll take the program. So I asked him, have the badges been complete? So he said, yes, sir, they're ready. Please give me a date for the program. So that's the biggest issue in governance today, is that most officers wait for the Neta to call them up and say, let's have the program. So I hope that the next few weeks, I am able to hold the program in my constituency, in this town, and we can distribute these badges and honor these street vendors so that they can go to the next step. Now, as far as digital transformation is concerned, of course, I think everyone mentioned during this event that collecting data of the vendors is important. And I think we have already reached that stage where we are collecting data. But now the next step should be that these vendors who are getting 10,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees, 50,000 rupees, what are they doing right? Because now the time has come when you have to collect the success stories. Understand that why are there only 10 vendors who have got 50,000 rupees so far? Collect their information, collect their business model, and try and scale that up. Because I guess why we are all here today is to make sure that we are able to find best practices, we are able to find ideas which are working. Because you can't expect every street vendor to be selling fruits. या वो सब्जी बेचेंगे, या वो चाट बेचेंगे. That's not scalable. You have to see what's the need of the hour. And like I said, our aim is not to create more vegetable sellers. Our aim is to have modern tech, is to have modern equipment, like the food trucks outside. Maybe the day that in my small town of Rawgad, I have a food truck which has been modeled by ICFAI Business School, I think that our main goal would have been achieved. So, because I have spent 2 years in New York, I was in my master's there, and there were many food trucks. There were many street vendors, many hawkers, street hawkers, who used to make a large amount of money. And that was because they had the spatial arrangements. They had real estate, maybe with a 10 by 10 foot placed on the street. But if it's on Banjara Hill, then you have a very high value for your real estate. So that's the key. How are we going to provide the future street vendors with the right strategic location? Because if I tell a street vendor, कि आप road पे खड़े हो जाओ, that's not right. Because a tar road is not meant for a street vendor. That's meant for a car. It's meant for a bike. And even today, if you do a detailed study on this, what Wing Commander Saab said, assess in your entire study by geotagging these vendors and assess what percentage of current street vendors are sitting on the tarmac, are sitting on the road. And the more vendors on the road, the bigger trouble it is. Because our goal should be that there are 0 vendors on the road and 100% vendors on the pavements, on the sides. So that should be something which must be studied. And from what I've heard from the speakers before me, that I think you all have done a case study in Jaipur, Dehradun, Hyderabad and Bangalore. But you also must work in smaller towns. You see, being in a big city is that much tougher. But if you have a small town of 50,000 people, your control group is much less. You can make a much bigger impact in a much lesser time. So I therefore invite you all to my constituency. I will look after your staying and lodging. I hope maybe in 23, we have a group form. If I comes to my constituency, and we'll give you all the arrangements, the entire, municipality will be there at your beck and call, and I'll be there as well. And we'll make sure that whatever further we have to do to help street vendors, we can build a good case study from my constituency, and then we can take it further. Because I guess whether it's a professor here, whether it's a student, whether it's some of our entrepreneurs, or whether it's us politicians, all our goal is the same, and that is to improve livelihoods, to improve economic outcomes, and also to provide a better platform for our street vendors. I also think that what's also very important is branding. Today a person who has a food truck has the capacity to brand its product. But the small street vendor has no idea about branding. So how can we begin branding? How can we begin advertising? That should also be a big part of how we look at street vendors in the future. So that was also one suggestion which I have to all of you. Lastly, there was one person in the last session who had asked a question regarding why is it that during COVID, we were able to study each and every family and vaccinate every family, whereas in the topic of street vendors, we are not able to achieve our aim. Very simple answer. During UPA's time, we started the National Rural Health Mission. And during NRHM, there was a structure on the ground. You had Asha Karyakartas, you had Anganwadi Karyakartas, you had ANMs, you had CHOs. So when the entire survey started for COVID, you had all these workers on the ground who did door-to-door surveys. But when you come to the urban department, it is so understaffed that in NULM, which is looking after self-help groups, which is looking after street vendors, which is looking after livelihoods for the youth, looking after shelter homes, looking after heart bazaars. There is only one city mission manager per urban town. So how do you expect them to give all the time only to street vendors? So if we are to achieve 100% coverage, the government has to increase positions in the department. Only then can this actually work out. So I'm truly honored that I was given the opportunity to give the final address here amongst all of you. There are many students here who are in the second year of the MBA who have already got placements. You will now step into the real world. I wish you all the best for the future, for your new job. And just one advice, no matter where you are, whether it's in college, whether it's in a private job, whether it's in politics, what matters most is your mindset. Always remain positive. Don't ever be negative. Never lose hope. Aim for the stars, work hard, and always remember that if you stay positive, because in every person's life, there are many instances where you will face issues, you will face challenges, and it's not in your control. But what matters most in those testing times is your character. Build a strong character, be positive, work hard, and I'm sure that all of you, whatever dreams you have, will achieve all of them. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. It is a part of our culture to acknowledge the efforts of the guests who have made today's program successful through their presence. Thus, to felicitate them, we would like to call upon stage Professor Ved to felicitate Honorable MLA of Government of Madhya Pradesh,
Now, we would like to call upon stage Professor Sanjay Fuloria to felicitate Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, the Director of ISPA. And last but not the least, I would like to call upon stage Professor Shailendra to felicitate Mrs. Manvi Kulshrestha, the Program Advisor of FES India. This has been a very enriching day. So we are in the last leg of today's event. So we would like to bring on stage Mrs. Manvi Kulshrestha, the Program Advisor, Socio-Economic Transformation for FES India, to take the dais.
I thought give Maria without saying a few words. Yeah, I'm going to start with a cliche, but it is really a challenge to be speaking after such distinguished speakers, panelists, the distinguished guests we have. And trust me, I won't take more than 5-7 minutes, so you will all be good to go in 5-7 minutes. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of us because this has truly been a national consultation. We've been able to fulfill the objective that we have. We have representation from North, East, South, West, Central of India, and we also have it in a multi-stakeholder format. So we have law and policy makers amongst us. We have the vendor organizations and vendors themselves, government departments, academia, think tanks like us. So I think it is a good foundation ground for debates and discussions or discourses that we would like to take forward. I'm just going to share a few perspectives, being an urbanist and a feminist. I think I will speak from that perspective and also from the few learnings that we've had through the regional consultation. First and foremost is that, and we've also heard it during the panel discussion today, that it's, the multidimensionality of the issue is too overwhelming. So we are talking about informal workers, which comprise men and women. So the issues and the challenges are at very different levels. And then there is the aspect of migrant labor, which come with their own set of challenges. Like language issues, cultural integration. There's also, because there is a demand side heavy sector, so there are also issues related to competition. It is a supply side heavy sector, so there are issues related to competition, and there are from as customer, there are also issues related to sometimes we think of it as us versus them. So street vendors versus customers, street vendors versus elite customers, or in big cities you often tend to come across such issues. And obviously there is also the entire discourse about how street vendors obstruct the normal day-to-day life of a neighborhood in terms of the safety or security. Whereas, and I've seen it in many cities, that the police actually encourages vendors and their being on the street because they provide those eyes and cameras on the street for police, especially in the times of festivals and all. You will see that that kind of surveillance, which is a very human oriented surveillance, that is encouraged. So what I think is that the idea of securing life and livelihoods, it has to be central to any transformation. And we have said it oftentimes, and we have also said it during the regional consultations, that the technology part of it has to be the means to achieving equitable society. It isn't the end of an equitable society. So that technology has to be seen as a tool which will get you there. And also, we have understood that there are many, and superbly innovative, cheap technical solutions, but technical solutions by themselves will not bring the systemic change that we are looking at. And for that to happen, what is needed is more of a simultaneous, intersectional, concerted efforts, which also bring in the interest of different stakeholders into consideration. For the street vendor, specific to the street vendor ecosystem, and this is also some learnings from our regional consultations, we have realized that there are still very many stakeholders which are also not present in the room and which are also not considered to be present during the regional consultation. So, I mean, the more apparent ones like, the vendors themselves, obviously, the suppliers, municipal corporation, mayors, we are also try to get them in certain cases, law enforcement, retailers, technology providers like fintech, startups, NGOs, think tanks like us. We are often found in these stakeholder consultations, but the vendors were at one place, we were listening who all are missing out, and the vendors were saying that, shop owners, the retailers, where the vendors, where the vendors place their businesses, they are an important stakeholders and they are never considered during consultations. Media, social, print media, regional, national, at all levels. We have to have them on board as well. Scammers, because a lot of fraud and fraud is taking place on payment platforms. So scammers and how best to use their skills for our own interest, that's important. Nature was listed as an actor, especially because of climate change and weather-related issues. And urban or city planners, just as someone who will facilitate vending zones, or how do planners see the role of informal economy into the city, and how they would like to integrate informal economy into a city planning or spatial planning, as we just heard. And lastly, the society. So one has seen that society in general brings a lot of prejudices, presumptions, biases into the whole conversation, and one has to see, how do we reconcile the interest of all these actors when we are talking about transformation for street vendors. From SPS perspective, so because we are talking about climate change and urbanization, I think you see this entire game from a climate change urbanization perspective. There is, and also since the site of business, at least for this study, we were studying urban street vendors. With the site of research was cities, urban areas. We realized that they are being exposed to a lot of weather extremities, heat waves, air pollution, for instance, in the case of Delhi, which some experts also say that it's a slow COVID. It's killing us slowly, but it will kill us eventually. So climate change and urbanization, they are still seen as very separate issues when it comes to planning and when it comes to bringing schemes into the city. Do street vendors have the means to combat climate change? Don't think so. Do policies recognize climate change or climate action as part of city planning? Not really. Or as, do city plans consider livelihood propositions for informal economy in their city plans? Not really. So the policies have to be made, in a interdependent manner. We are still thinking in silos, and we need to build in some comprehensive solutions if we are thinking about transformation. And also in long term, because we often have knee-jerk reaction, we often have like short-term solutions, air pollution will rise, so let's put on this grab action plan. But what is happening in long term? How are we addressing it for the generations to come? That also has to be considered. And one issue that we have also understood in the regional consultation is that oftentimes, and this is including us, so I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but we underestimate the knowledge and the business skills that the vendors bring. We often say these vendors, they know this, and these vendors, they don't know about this, and these vendors, they do only like that. So there is a vast knowledge, hands-on hands-on knowledge and experience and generationally transferred and evolved over a period of time. Also adapted to newer technologies, newer means that we miss to acknowledge and we miss to learn from. So I think we also need to work on ourselves to create some more sensitivity amongst ourselves to recognize and acknowledge this knowledge which is out there. As next step, what we can do is, because FES has deep interest in climate action and future of work, and we would like to see come together. And one way to reconcile this would be to see how informal workers or maybe micro enterprises can use technology or advanced technology, GIS and space technology probably, to address climate-related challenges which affect their livelihoods. That is the possible next step. And also turn them into green livelihoods, because a lot of the rhetoric right now is about green jobs, green economy, and I think because street vendors also have a very low carbon footprint, it is very easily they can be turned into green jobs and into green economy. But it has to go beyond financial inclusion, just the payment side, because that is what is ruling the roost right now. It has to go into the whole identity, empowerment, governance field. And also, it should be able to link climate mitigation and build climate resilience of informal sector livelihoods. How it will be done, I leave it to the experts. I'm no expert here, but FS will be more than glad to provide the platform to brainstorm, ideate, bring in propositions, explore, investigate, and bring different stakeholders like we always do together. And lastly, some thank yous are in order. Quickly, 2 minutes or 5 minutes, please. Honorable Shri Jagannathan Singh Ji and Honorable Shri Amit Singh Ji, thank you for your time. You for flying all the way from your constituency or work and attending the consultation. You are a very significant contributor to the value chain. I mean, you were saying in the beginning, well, you are a small part, but I think you are a prominent stakeholder also, because while people bring in the mandate, the government provides the legitimacy to it all, and also transformation is only transformation when it is done to a scale, and government is the biggest scaler in any case. So if we have to provide the scale to any transformative action, it has to be done through government, and we hope that we will have the support and guidance in this regard. Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha for bringing out unexplored aspects of advanced digitalization for social good. And how you constantly about ideas and how quickly you came up with so many workable solutions. It's incredible. I'm sure we can integrate some of them and use them in our important research and also propose them to those policy makers. All the esteemed panelists, thank you so much for your time and being present here. Also for your solidarity. We've also made note of the ideas and propositions that you were bringing to the table, and it's all been documented and will be worked upon. Professor Wade, thank you so much for your leadership and generosity. All through the project, you have encouraged flexibility in terms of how we could run time more the project, and also being around during the field visit. I mean, it's incredible how you gave us all the energy to be on the field and interact even in certain conditions. Your enthusiasm is really infectious and inspiring. Professor Sudhakar Rao, for his regular insights and also for the feedback he was giving at different stages of the project and creating the digital street brand. Thank you so much. Professor Muralidhara, who has left, but Professor Muralidhara and Professor Bharti from ICFAI Bangalore, Professor H.P. Singh and Professor Vidhu from ICFAI Jaipur, Dr. Ajay Pathak and Professor Kamyadeep from Calcutta, and Dr. Ramkaran Singh and Dr. Sanjeev Malviya from IIT Dehradun. Your support, ownership, especially in the project motivation and guidance, of course, that you provided to the students as well, and also your faculty. It has resulted in successful termination of the project. Thank you so much. forgetting the most important aspect of any research, that is documentation. Yeah, please go ahead. She has captured some very deep artistic impressions of the entire project. If you saw the videos, photographs, incredible work, Poonam. Thank you. Thank you so much. And they say that the picture speaks 1,000 words, and I think that has been projected here very nicely. Shailendra, SSB, and Sanjay for your time and intellectual investment in the project, and we will do more mutual thank yous later on. It can be an endless exchange. Ulrich Stock, a country FS manager, for providing an encouraging environment at FES and investing your time in the project. It's really, I really appreciate your keen interest and hope that we can have more engagements on this issue. Keeping in mind the FS values and vision. Anurag Shankar, my favorite for all business coordination organizations, subject inputs. Anurag underplays it, but he has a lot of experience in the street vendor zone. He was associated with NASI and knows a lot about trade unions and workers' organizations. So thank you especially for facilitating vendors and vendor leaders and bringing them getting that access, easy access, and building strategic relationships in different cities. Also building strategic relationships with policymakers and opinion makers. It's thank you so much. Really appreciate. And students, volunteers, all three professors at ICFAI centers for volunteering. It's not easy to volunteer, and you have important stuff to do, but you chose to be here. You took on crucial responsibilities and coordination. It's impeccable and spectacular how you manage everything. We hope that it wasn't boring. And being here, we hope that we were able to, instigate some thoughts into your busy minds, and you were able to push some boundaries whilst being part of the project. And you took some important lessons from, the project, which you will maybe apply to your further researches. And hope to see you all in upcoming projects as well. Yeah? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time. And have a good day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very warm thank you to everyone, all the guests, all the students, professors for bringing out their valuable time and gracing this auspicious event today with their presence. मन तो नहीं कर रहे जाने का, but we are in the last, we have almost at the end of our event today. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सब लोगों को हमें इतना अपना valuable time और इतना प्यार देने के लिए, क्योंकि ये आपका प्यार ही है जो आज CEDT को आज इस मुकाम तक लेके आया है. Thank you, very very thank you to each and every one of you.
Just quick pointers here. Thank you very much. Some of the faculty who still stayed back. I know that's really, thank you very much for staying back and providing all the academic input. I saw Mitchell sir around. Mitchell sir just left. He just left. Yeah, I know. Our academic administration has been really helpful in organizing all these events. Ramchandra and our other faculty. Mitchell sir is here. Thank you very much, Mitchell sir, for providing this support. Our boys here, they have been very instrumental in organizing the entire stuff, being here right from the very beginning. And I know Manu is going to say this is going to be endless back and forth, but I personally and at the instance of CEDT and IFFC must thank Manu. And this is coming more out of a very personal way. I mean, it's not a very official kind of thing, but we have had a very long friendship, and the basis of that friendship is the organizational culture in colleagues here and the organizational culture at FPS, which is really supportive of initiatives like this. They really have a very long-term view of social technical issues, and unlike many other partners, they would not rush things. And a lot of times, partners would come and say, these are the deadlines, and these are the timelines, and these are things like that. And this is what is great about Manvi's team and the leadership provided by Uli here, where we are working on making a difference. And of course, there are large-scale technical, social technical systemic changes which are going to take term. And I'm so glad that Manvi and Uli and Anurag and others share this vision with us at IFSC, that we are the change and we will bring that change. So thank you very much, everybody. And for those the students who still stayed back, there is mighty waiting right outside, which includes pastries.
Bro, wait, live is going on right now.
Hello.